Welcome to Looking at Legal Stuff. Today we have 21 hearings in a case with a couple where dad is petitioning the court to establish some visitation with his son after spending the first 10 years of his life staying away from the child because he was going through a divorce when his son was born, and his ex-wife got incredibly upset about the child's existence and made threats about Mom and the child. Mom then spent 10 years telling the child someone else was his father, but she recently insisted that the child was told the truth, and they started spending some time together. Mom says that their son has grown uncomfortable with their visits, and she wants the court to decide how they should proceed because she thinks Dad is pushing him too hard when he needs to take it slow if he wants them to form a relationship. But Dad wants the court to order some visitation, or at least some reunification counseling. What will the judge think of this crazy story? Let's find out.
All right, Stephen Utter and Kirby, it looks like goes by Kirby Young now. Is Young?
Yes.
All right, good morning. Mr. Utter, can you hear me okay?
I can. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, good morning. Mr. Utter, this is your motion to have some visitation with your son, I believe.
Right.
Do you want to address that first? And then I'll let Ms. Young respond, and then I'll have some questions after that. So,
yeah, basically I'm asking the courts for a little bit of help in receiving some type of visitation with him because we're unable to do it amongst each other ourselves. This started back in March. I didn't have a relationship with Parker for 10 years of his life.
can you tell me why?
Yeah, I can. So Kirby and I were together 10 years ago. I was going through a divorce. I have 3 kids of my own. And my ex at the time was diagnosed bipolar disorder. And Kirby had gotten pregnant, and she had threatened very, very lewd acts as far as Parker if he ever came around.
That was your ex,
My ex.
the ex-wife?
Correct. My ex-wife, which I have 3 kids with.
Okay.
And at the time, Kirby was pregnant, and Kirby and I ended up separating because of the fact that my ex-wife was bipolar, and I feared for my kids, my other 3 kids, what she might do to them. So I went back with her. Parker was born. I was unsure at the time if Parker was actually mine or her ex's, Ty Llewellyn, pending a paternity test, which we later got a paternity test, finding out 99.9% Parker is my child. At that point, they had asked me to step away from his life, pending Autumn, my ex, being part of in my household. They didn't want Parker, she didn't want Parker around her in fear for his life. I agreed, as long as I was with her, that Parker would not be there. And I kind of just unwillingly, thinking it was the best thing to do to protect my 3 kids as well as Parker, allow them to be part of, I guess, their life and not part of mine at the time, in his best interest. Fast forward 10 years later, late March, Kirby came to me, said that there was an issue with her now ex, Ty Llewellyn. There was, excuse me. I'm sorry. Late March or April, Kirby called about abusive situation at Ty's house. Parker was scared. She then told me that he was going to tell Ty that Parker was, or tell Parker that Ty was not his dad and I was his dad. So then she went and did that. And fast forward a couple of weeks, it was around April 14th, I believe, she had reached out to me. She said Parker had an awards ceremony, an assembly at school. I was allowed to go there to see him. She asked if I would take pictures of him. So on the 15th, that's what I did. I went to his school. After his school, I went with him and Teresa Utter, who is my mom, to Dairy Queen to get ice cream. as well as my Aunt Kendall was there. So that was the first day I got to see Parker and meet Parker. Would have been April 15th, I believe, 15th or 16th. Parker spent the early summer.
Where's your ex-wife at this point?
We are not together. I have been a single dad of my 3 kids since October 2020.
Okay.
This is not about her, but since then she has been in and out of institutions and hasn't done well. My kids have recently started getting a relationship with her now after this point.
Okay. So April 15th, go to the award ceremony and then to Dairy Queen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was my first time meeting him. And mind you, we had talked about meeting, how to go about it, how to tell Parker, do we go to a counselor? You know, how do we arrange this?
How did Parker handle that?
The very first introduction?
Well, tell me about the Dairy Queen trip.
Okay. So he was fine. I have text messages actually telling Kirby, who was texting me while we were there. He was a little shy. We were talking about football because he loves football. We were talking about his school and stuff. He handled it well. I mean, he didn't come out like, oh, you're my dad, you know, nothing like that, Your Honor. But he handled it well. We joked around, we laughed.
And he's 10 now?
Correct.
Okay. Tell me about any other contacts.
Sure, absolutely.
After that.
So we spent the early summer with Parker. Forgive me, I just have some quick notes that I jotted, not full sentences. I'll try to complete them for you. We spent the early summer with Parker at family events until he began to get comfortable enough to ride his bike to my house to hang out with myself and my other kids, including my other kids. I have a living girlfriend, and her son, Braxton, who is the same age as Parker, who they play football with, ride bikes with, go to school with. They all have the same friend group as well. So that's another reason why he was here.
So during the summer, how often would he ride his bike over to your house?
So I'm kind of getting to there. There was a time when we moved houses, and we're within 3 blocks of each other now. Prior to us moving, we were a block away. We were down the street from each other. There was events where we met at the school, which is in between my old house and their present house. I gave him football cleats for football. At that time, my other boys were with me, my 2 boys. We ended up having a 2-on-2 game, Parker and I against the 2 brothers. It was almost, I wouldn't say weekly, maybe bi-weekly.
Okay.
It was sporadic. We didn't have any set structure, and that's why we're here to ask the courts for some kind of set structure.
All right.
When I moved in here to this current address, he was here for about a 9-day stretch every single day. He was coming over, eating dinner, like I said, playing football, riding bikes. You know, he'd just walk in without knocking, very comfortable, joking around with everybody. He has his own chair. I'm sorry.
I assume during this time, you're in touch with Ms. Young, just kind of usual. Parker over here. Parker's about to come home. We're going to take Parker out for ice cream, things like that.
You're 100% correct in that.
Okay.
So he was over here. There was times when I'd ride his bike or he would ride his bike and I'd follow him home. There was a time when she had called and said, hey, I'm going to Walmart. Can Parker stay there for a little bit? Yeah, no problem. I'll come get him after. She came after. One day in particular, we were playing football on the street. She played football with us. My current girlfriend came out, introduced herself. Everything was fabulous. Like, we're going to co-parent. Everything's going to be fine. The next day I get a text saying she liked my girlfriend. It was weird, but, you know, everything was good. And then, he'd been over several times since then.
When's the last time you've seen Parker now?
So the last time I saw him at my house, you know, I've seen him at my parents' house, but the last time at my house was October 8th, I believe. I'm sorry. It was last time he was willingly here, not willingly, on his own, was October. Christmas, he came for gifts and stuff with my family. which I'm trying to think of the date because we celebrated after Christmas because we were denied before Christmas. So it was somewhere around, shortly after Christmas that he was able to come over.
Okay. And then you haven't seen him since then?
He had, my girlfriend saw, no, I have not seen him, but my girlfriend, my girlfriend's son got an award at school this last week before, and Parker also received an award, and we got pictures with both he and Braxton.
Together.
Together, correct.
Okay.
I have multiple other times, if you want, that he came over, or we met, or had dinner, or.
I think I have a sense of what's going on. I'd like to hear from Ms. Young now. Well, Ms. Young, I guess I'd like to hear your sense of what's going on or what went on with it.
Some of that is true. So the issue with his ex-wife, I guess, was she didn't like me, and I did fear for Parker. But also Stevie didn't want to pay child support and has never paid child support for Parker or offered any help for Parker in 10.5 years. And Ty, my ex-husband, has raised Parker, and has been the father role in Parker's life. Everything was going, I would say, good with Stevie, and he got to where he wanted Parker, I want him this amount of time or whatever. And I'm like, you have to take it slow for Parker. And Parker would see Stevie's family. And the Christmas thing, he wasn't denied to not go over there. Stevie and his girlfriend and his other children were on vacation. Parker did go over to Stevie's families for Christmas Eve, I believe. Parker has chosen not to go. When I've asked him why, he just doesn't feel comfortable. And I think Stevie, in the nicest way, doesn't understand. Parker is well aware of, the situation. And I think it was a lot for him, for Parker to take on. And Stevie himself is very controlling and wasn't being patient, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the switch for him was regarding Parker. But I've never denied Parker to not go. I'm the one that told Parker that Stevie was his father.
It sounds like, at least according to Mr. Utter, that at some point you were the one that reached out to him to have him have contact with Parker. You're the one that asked him to go to the award ceremony.
Yep. So within counseling, leading up to me telling him who his father was, and it was advised that he has every right to know. Now, they didn't really explain to me how to go about it, and I didn't really.
Well, tell me about the counseling. What did both you and Mr. Utter go, or just
no, just Parker? Me. Parker went, and they didn't I don't know how to. They didn't tell me how to I needed to tell him, but they didn't tell me say ABC to him. And so I did. I had sat Parker down and, told him I felt bad. And I think Parker's last name is Young. So, and my other kids have their last name. So I knew he was picking up on it. And so I did. I told him, Ty's not your dad. He's been a great, dad for you, and you can still continue that relationship, which he has. He still goes over there and sees Ty 10 to him, that's still dad. I will never take that from Ty. I don't know.
What would you like to see happen, Ms. Young?
I think that the visits to start out with need to be supervised. Stevie has a very, I guess you could, in a nice way, shady past of being violent. I don't want to put Parker in a situation where he could get hurt or, you know, anything of that sort. I want them to have a relationship. I think, you know, that is needed. That's Parker's father. But I think it needs to start slow. I mean, I've never asked Stevie for anything in almost 11 years, and great that he got him Christmas presents. This was the first time in Parker's life that he ever has. And great that he got him football cleats, but he's never been there prior. No award ceremonies has he ever gone to, and it's not like he's offered anything either, you know. It's not.
You mean financially?
Yeah, I mean, even I had talked to him, and I'm sure he saved the text of, you know, you need to help financially. And that seemed to be the time that he kind of was like, well, I want time with him. You know, I want this and this and this. And I was like, whoa, you know, Parker's well aware of the situation. Calm down, let him ease into it. I mean, that my biggest thing is that's a lot for a little kid to take on. And he's never going to not talk to Ty. And I know that's hard for Stevie, you know, as far as having two dads, I guess. But I wouldn't take that from Ty or Parker.
Okay. Is your marriage to Ty dissolved at this point, or are you just separate?
No, we are officially divorced now. And Ty still helps me with Parker. He helps me get him school clothes for, you know, back to school. He's helped with, you know, things throughout the year, Christmas presents, every birthday. Ty's always done something special with him.
Okay. Mr. Utter, same question. What would you like to see happen?
Your Honor, may I rebuttal a little bit of that, of what was just said?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I have text messenger. I would love for Ty and Parker, I agree with them having a relationship. I've never once not said that. I do have messages from her saying Parker will never go to Ty's house because of a violent incident that occurred.
That was oh, sorry.
Let me finish, okay.
Yeah. That was absolutely not between Parker and Ty. That was between Ty and the older sibling. But Parker was terrified for his life. He took his little sister down to the basement. I have all this in text from her. I also have in text that Parker will never be going over to Ty's. He verbally abuses kids, and what he does to them, Parker will not go there at all. But I would like to talk to Ty and tell Ty I am not opposed to Parker and him having a relationship. That is his father for the last 10 years. I understand that completely. I actually one time went to their house and dropped off Christmas presents, and Ty had come out and talked to me and said, do not come around here. We don't need you. We don't want you here, yada, yada, yada. And I thanked him for being a father and stepping up for Parker when I couldn't, because they had asked me to step out because of my crazy ex. Also, there was totally drawing a blank right now, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Child support, she brought up child support October 3rd. She's claiming now I've never paid anything. I actually did pay her mom via PayPal $150, which we agreed because I was out of work at the time. At which time I paid, and I said, okay, I'd like to go to a bank somewhere, get a notary saying I've paid child support and I will continue to pay this until I go back to work. When I go back to work, we can agree on something more. I asked for at that time, if I'm paying the child support, if I can have a more structured visitation, which I believe is normal for the state of Washington and normal for the courts once you pay child support to then put visitation. Kind of gone through this with my other 3 kids, and that was the case at the time. I could be wrong, Your Honor, and I'm sorry if I am, but that's what I asked Kirby to go get things notarized. That point, I never heard from her. And in my opinion, that is when things started to where I wasn't seeing Parker as much. He wasn't allowed to come around as much, or whatever the case may be. I've never, as far as being violent and stuff, I mean, she's the one who came out and introduced and originally pushed for Parker to come around. Now, if I was that violent, I don't know why that would ever happen. Your Honor, what I'd like to see is what I have on there, the parenting plan. Being part of a negotiating committee and stuff, what we do with contracts, right? We shoot for the stars, we hope for the best, and then we meet in the middle. And that's kind of what I'm doing with this parenting plan. This is what I'd like to see, but I'm asking the courts to get some kind of visitation just to start the facilitation of the relationship. And I do not believe supervised is a necessary way to go, just because, so this was March, we're working on almost a year now of Parker coming around, Parker playing with my kids, Parker having his own chair in my loft here, Big Joe chair to watch movies and to hang out. And he's aware of it. He's used them. He's sat there. Like I say, he was comfortable coming into our house freely without knocking, making fun of his other brothers. So, Your Honor, that's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see one day we live within 3 blocks of each other. We live within the school district. One day, I really hope that we can share what I've asked, share this split custody, if you will. That's my goal.
All right. Thank you both.
Can I say one more thing?
One more, and then I'm going to tell you how to proceed. Okay.
He has, Stevie does have a violent past. He has assault charges against fighting cops here in Woodland when they were trying to arrest him.
I'm not going to litigate
Okay.
one's past at this point, and
Okay.
I'll tell you why. It may be relevant, but it's not something that I'm going to address today.
Okay.
All right. So I want to say a couple general things. First of all, I appreciate Mr. Utter wanting a relationship with his son, even though there was a large gap. It sounds like at every point he was trying to do what he thought was in the best interest of his son, even when it meant him not having a relationship with him. So I want to recognize that generally. And I want to recognize Ms. Young, who is open to now Mr. Utter having a relationship with Parker. And the question is, how do we get there? And I think the hesitancy at this point is Parker is probably and understandably a little bit confused about things, and has started to pull back, has said he doesn't want to see Mr. Utter. And I think we need to be sensitive to that. I have been through, I've been doing this docket for a little over a year. I've been through about 6 of these kind of situations, and I want to prepare everybody for the way I approach it. So the first thing that we're going to need to do is appoint what we call a guardian ad litem to investigate the situation and advise me. The guardian ad litem will do some investigation into any violent activities in the past that may be concerning, and will advise the court about that. Next, the guardian ad litem will recommend some type of visitation schedule that typically will start with a little less visitation and then ramp up to more visitation. And the guardian ad litem may recommend counseling. To get from here to kind of a more normal parenting plan, which could be every other weekend, some days during the week, is probably going to take 6 months to a year. I want everybody to recognize that it's not something that we're going to do today. It's not something that will happen right away.
Okay.
Before I hear from the guardian ad litem, I'm not going to have Parker and Mr. Utter see each other, because I want to get a sense from the guardian ad litem how we should take those steps. And I want to make sure Parker is protected when we do that. Okay. So Mr. Utter, I know you're going to be frustrated by that. And I've told that to...
I
know. I've told that to a number of people. And I will say, out of the 6 of these that we've had to do a reunion kind of program with, a reunification program, 5 of them worked out great. And I think yours is going to work out great.
There's no doubt, Your Honor, it will work out great. I'm sorry for interrupting. I just, after having almost a year with him, I didn't think we would need this, but I respect the court's wishes.
I understand, but I think we need to approach this in a way that we make sure that Parker is protected.
That he's number 1, Your Honor. You're correct.
Okay, so that is my entire focus of all of this, even though, Mr. Utter, you're going to be frustrated and maybe frustrated with me, but I want you to know my overall goal is to create an environment where you can have a good relationship with your son. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. So there are 3. What I do is I indicate 3 names of potential guardians. And if either of you know any of these people, you can say whether you like them or don't like them, and it can make a difference. So the first one is Twyla Corey, and then Keith Lawrence, and Amy Turnbull. Do either of you have any knowledge of any of them?
No.
No.
Okay. So then we usually pick the first person on the list, and this is a rotating list, so that the guardian ad litems are appointed essentially randomly. So I'm going to appoint Twyla Corey as the guardian ad litem. I'm going to do 2 more things. Mr. Utter, because you were out of Parker's life for a while, and now you're wanting to come back in, I'm going to have you be responsible for the guardian ad litem fee, and you'll need to talk to Ms. Corey about that. Okay. And secondly, I think potential child support is an issue. So before we meet next time, and we'll pick a time to get back together, I would like both parties to file with the court their 2021 tax return. And I don't know, Ms. Young, if you're working, but if you are, I would like both parties to file 3 months of their wage statements with the court also. So that would be, like November, December, January, or
Your Honor,
January, February, something like that. Okay.
I've already filed my W-2. I've been off of work due to injury for the last month now, and then prior to that for 5 months last year. So I don't have consistent pay stubs, but I can turn those in.
Okay, whatever you can turn in, that would be helpful,
Okay.
right? I think we're gonna have to get together in a month. That'll give Ms. Corey some time to contact both of you and just have a preliminary thought about what's going on. At the end of the month, what I'm going to consider is some sort of video contact between Parker and Mr. Utter.
Okay.
But I want to hear from Ms. Corey before I make that final decision, but I want you to know
Okay.
what my thoughts are at this point. Okay.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if there's any relevance in it, but as far as like I'm really active in the community. I'm an assistant wrestling coach helping with Little League Baseball. I don't know if Parker's part of that or will be. I know he showed interest in sports before. Is there any conflict there?
So I'm not putting in any kind of protection order to keep you
Okay.
away from Parker.
Right.
What I'm not doing is I'm not ordering visitation or telephone contact, but if
Understood.
you're up with your girlfriend at the same school and you run into him, you certainly can say hi.
Sure. And he does run around with his friends. He's around the neighborhood often, and we say hi and everything else all the time. So I just want to
You
make
can
sure
say
that's
hi. And and ask him how his day's going. I don't see a problem with that.
Is he allowed to come over if he wanted, or? I mean, that's not
I'm
visitation,
not
but
sure. I'm not sure I'm ready for him to spend time in your house right now.
oh, okay.
All right. Miss Young, help me out here. What I've heard from you is that Parker is feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but
Yes.
I can imagine a scenario where the other young gentleman that lives with Mr. Utter and Parker are doing something together and they want to both go into Mr. Utter's house and continue their play. Is that something you would be concerned about at this point?
I think if somebody could let me know, so I know that he's in somebody's house, that would be greatly appreciated. Yeah, I'm fine with that as long as somebody could send me a text or something. And Stevie has my phone number, so.
So, Your Honor, she's not opposed to that. So I don't know why.
I need to start with the guardian ad litem report. I
Okay,
understand.
very good.
I know you're going to be frustrated with me.
I know, very good.
If the time at your house just kind of happens because the kids are playing, then it sounds like that's okay. But let him know right away if he's over there.
Okay, will do.
Okay.
So I have one question with the guardian ad litem. Do I reach out to her, or?
No,
I'm going to provide your contact information and she will reach out to you. One of the first things they'll do is send you some forms to fill out. And the sooner you can get that back, the sooner we can get this moving forward.
Okay.
Okay. Again, I appreciate you both being here. I appreciate everybody's cooperation, and I'll see you back here on March 15th.
March 15th.
We'll make some additional decisions. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. And I did see Mr.
I'm here, Your
Utter.
Honor.
All right. We're here for two things, I believe. One is to discuss child support, and the other is for a report from Mr. Lawrence. I think what I want to do is hear from Mr. Lawrence first, and then we can discuss child support issues after that. So, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Your Honor. I've had a chance to make contact with both parties. I was out last week and met with Kirby and Parker, and Ms. Young has provided me with a copy of her paperwork, and So that's going along well. Mr. Utter, we have spoken via email and telephone. He has paid me for half of the fee so far. We had an appointment scheduled for earlier this week, but a conflict arose, and so we rescheduled for later today. I'm going to be going out to his home this afternoon, and we have made arrangements on the continued payment to make a full payment before my final report is done. So Mr. Utter was provided with copies of my paperwork. I believe he's going to have that for me this afternoon when I go out there. So at this point, things are going well.
Okay, good. And let me thank both parties for cooperating with Mr. Lawrence. Let me start with Mr. Utter. Who is Parker 10 or is he older than that now?
No, he's 10.
He's 10. Okay. What is the current visitation schedule that
There is none, Your Honor.
you do not see Parker, is that right?
No, I was seeing him until recently,
Okay.
since about Christmas.
What happened recently?
I don't know, Your Honor. We couldn't come to agreements with the parenting plan together, so I petitioned the courts to ask for the court's help in doing so and facilitating a relationship with him and visitations.
We thought he was just going to come over to your house occasionally with other children at your house. That hasn't been happening.
Yeah, I don't know if it's coincidentally or what, but all of a sudden he's not around the neighborhood much or around the 6 friends that he's normally around in the neighborhood.
Okay.
And it's ironic or what, Your Honor, I don't know. Ever since this happened, hasn't been around.
Okay. Well, Mr. Utter, I'm not going to make a formal change at this point. I need more information from Mr. Lawrence.
Okay.
And it looks like we're moving in that direction. Just in terms of a review hearing, Mr. Lawrence, how far out do you think that should be?
Let's give it 30 days, Your Honor. I should know a little more by then.
That would be 4 weeks from now would be April 12th. Will that work, or do you think it should be a week later?
I would hope that I would have at least an oral report for the court by the 12th.
Okay, so we'll take care of that. Let's go on to the issue of child support, and I think Ms. Llewellyn is. Why don't we start with her? Are you with us, Ms. Llewellyn?
Yes, I'm here.
Have you done yourself any calculation, or what? Do you have an amount in mind that you'd like to see for child support?
I don't know. I don't know what the court would recommend. He has been an absent father since before Parker was born. He has gave me $150 in 10 years. So, and he's never helped with back to school, birthdays, Christmases, medical, nothing of that sort.
Okay.
And there's been no formal parenting plan, nor was Parker going over there at a regular.
Right.
Parker went over to hang with his friends. So I'm not sure how. Anyway.
Okay. Mr. Utter, what's your position on child support? I know you filed some financial documents.
Yes, Your Honor. So we at one time had agreed on $150 a week between the two of us. I'm out of work and was at the time. That's when I came up with when I paid the initial $150 that she had agreed upon. At that time is when I said, okay, now I'm paying child support. I'd like more consistent visitation with Parker and something in writing, something notarized. And that's when I stopped hearing from her and Parker from coming over. As far as not being in his life the last 10 years, it was requested by her and her husband that I not come around because of my wife at the time, which we discussed last time. I don't know if you remember or not. It was never by choice. At one time, he was on my insurance when he was first born. Like I said before, I was doing what I thought was best for his safety, and what she thought was best for Parker as well for his safety. I've offered recently to put him on my medical insurance as well, at which she's refused or not given me the social security numbers or anything to put him on there. It's not for lack of me wanting to do any of this. I petitioned the courts to have a relationship with Parker, to pay
After
child
10
support.
years.
It was her who brought Parker back into my life, and her who decided when she was ready to allow Parker to know who his real father was. It was not my decision. If it was my decision, it would have been years ago. I would have been part of his life. Like I said before, prior, I'd gone over to their house and tried to give him gifts and stuff like this. This year alone, this school year, I tried to get him school clothes and take him shopping. He was uncomfortable with. Kirby had said, well, his older brother Brody can go with, at which times it didn't work out. We have text message after text message saying all this stuff. We did have a relationship with Parker. There's pictures all over my wall with him coming over, having dinners, playing sports, riding bikes, stuff like this over the last year.
Wow.
Not just friends. He's been over by himself. She's dropped him off by himself, where he just walks right into my door without knocking, and he's chummy with my kids, his brothers, his sisters. And that's where we're at, Your Honor.
Okay. Still on disability?
I am. I'm not back
And
to work.
you get $12.75 a week from disability?
Correct.
Well, I think we're moving in a direction where we're going to figure out how to reunite you and Parker.
Very well.
And one of the steps in doing that is to begin to be responsible for child support for Parker. That's going to improve Parker's life. It's going to create a connection, I think, between you, Mr. Utter, and Parker, even though you're not able to see him right now.
Sure.
And so it sounds like there was a proposal of paying $150 a week from your $12.75 on a temporary basis. I'm going to order that. So you should pay Ms. Young $150 child support each week.
Okay.
When you get that check or shortly after. That may not be the final amount. The final amount will probably depend on what you earn when you're out of disability, and we can look at a more normal income.
Right.
But for right now, I think we need to start that. And then we'll be back here in a month. Mr. Lawrence thinks he can have a verbal report at a minimum, which will help me make a decision on how we're going to reintroduce Parker to you, Mr. Utter, and create some time together. Okay.
Your Honor, he also was just with my mom a week or so ago, and my kids currently, they went out, they had McDonald's milkshakes. I mean, I know we have to reintroduce and everything else, but he is comfortable with my family. He is comfortable with his siblings. I know there's a process here, and I understand that. And that's why I asked the courts to help me out with this. And I'm not opposed to anything the courts or Your Honor says. I know.
And one thing I would like to say is Parker's always had a.
Ms. Young, just,
Sorry.
I don't think Mr. Utter finished, and I do
Oh,
want to,
okay.
but let's let Mr. Utter finish.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, that made me lose my train of thought. I just wanted the courts to be aware that, you know, he is with my family and his siblings, and he is comfortable with that, just so the courts are aware.
Okay. Ms. Young, go ahead.
One thing that I was brought to my attention by his mother was that Parker's older brother was arrested, and which then it got brought up because one of Parker's friends at school were like, "Hey, Parker, did you know your brother got arrested on Friday?" That's really, I don't know, it's kind of embarrassing for Parker. And I told Parker, because Parker does like his brother Corbin. So anyway, Stephen's mother did talk to us about it and reassured us that his older brother was going to get counseling and stuff. And Parker has always had a relationship with his stepmom, Teresa, since the time she was there when Parker was born. And we've always tried to maintain that.
That's false, Your Honor. I'll have my mother testify to that. Not the whole 10 years.
Okay, I'm not going to
Okay.
I understand.
delve into whether the older brother was arrested and why.
Thank you.
my interest here is what's the relationship between Parker and Mr. Utter.
Yeah.
And so,
Thank you, Your Honor.
let's come back here then on April 12th and we'll move forward, and I'm going to enter what's called a bench order relating to the child support payments.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Thank you.
Yes.
to whom do I have to pay child support, and does it have to be weekly, monthly, now? I mean, when do I have to wait till next hearing to get those details?
That should start right away.
Should I get with Keith on that, or?
When's your next check? Do you get the check weekly?
I do, Your Honor.
So I don't know when that check arrives, but when the next check comes in,
It should be,
after that, you should pay 150 to Ms. Young,
okay, directly to her
directly to her. Yes.
with receipts saying I've done that, so there's no,
Absolutely.
okay.
If you want to do a money order or a cashier's check, that would cost
Venmo
you.
or PayPal, some app like this is acceptable?
If that works out, that would also create a receipt for you, or
Absolutely.
an email response. I certainly would not walk over with cash and give it to her without any kind of evidence of that. I would do something that would keep a record of it. Okay.
Okay, very.
All right, Stephen Utter and Kirby Llewellyn. Kirby Young, I guess.
Yep, I'm here.
Mr. Lawrence should be here, and he's been trying to log on and then has gone off, which is unfortunate. I would like to hear from him. I have a couple questions though. Mr. Utter, have you been making the child support payments?
I have.
Okay. And have you met with Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Additionally?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I met with him as well.
All right. Have you seen your son at all since the last time we talked?
No, I've reached out. I tried to throw a birthday party for him, as well as even tell him happy birthday, and I haven't even been able to do that.
Okay. Ms. Young, any comment from you at this point?
Nothing right now.
All right. So you live fairly close to each other, right?
Correct.
All
I
right.
did have one suggestion, and I didn't know if this would be a good idea of like trying to do, I don't know if we could do video, but at least calling Parker, trying to build that foundation. Like, I don't know what his schedule's like, maybe a evening time call, or again, I don't know his schedule, because they've never had one-on-one. So I think this would kind of, to hear about his day at school, or he does horse riding lessons and hearing about that. I don't know how he feels about that, but.
Mr. Utter, any response to that?
Yeah, please. So I actually have Parker's phone number, and I reach out to him quite often. Like I said, I just reached out, tell him happy birthday last week. Any chance I could get with him, I have had one-on-one time with him. Keith had told me Parker actually wanted more one-on-one time with me. And I was trying to,
So when you say you reach out to Parker, does that mean you and him talk?
No, his phone is blocked from my number, or I don't know if it's blocked.
Parker doesn't have a cell phone. He had an old iPhone and it doesn't work.
Okay, this is news to me, Your Honor.
I'm okay with, Parker's
I've
more than
offered to.
welcome.
Let Ms. Young speak
Yeah, yeah.
first. Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
I'm more than, if for the time being, since he doesn't have a phone, I'm more than willing. Parker can use my phone. I don't know if we could do video. I don't know how that works, but to have conversation, whatever, just to start building that foundation, I think is important. So if that helps, then I'm more than willing.
Mr. Utter, that is typically the kind of the first step in reuniting a parent with a child who haven't seen each other for a while.
Absolutely.
And I think that's a reasonable suggestion.
I agree.
So let's
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I do agree with that 100%, and I'm all for any chance I have to talk with him. But this isn't a new thing. This is something I've been asking for the last year, over a year now. And I've reached out to her. I even asked her through her phone to talk with him. So I do agree, and I do appreciate the fact that she's willing to do this now, but this isn't a new thing or anything that I haven't asked in the past.
Okay. Well, we're here now under somewhat controlled conditions.
Sure, absolutely.
Where you're going to need to come back and talk to me about how things are going. And if there's any concerns, then I can intervene. And that probably didn't exist before and created
Right.
uncertainty. So today is April 12th. So here's what I'd like to have happen. Starting the week of April 17th, I'd like 2 weeks where Mr. Utter makes one telephone call a week to Parker
Okay.
and chats with him about school, his friends, whatever you want to talk about.
Okay.
So that will be the week of April 17th and April 24th.
Okay.
The weeks of May 1st and May 8th, I'd like there to be 2 telephone calls a week. And I'm going to let the parties figure out when those will be. I'm going to hope that you both can work together to find a convenient time for everybody.
Okay.
And then I'd like everybody back here on May 17th
Okay.
to further discuss the case. And what I see in the immediate future is again, this would have to be with Mr. Lawrence's agreement. I'd like to provide after May 17th, some hours during the week where Parker and Mr. Utter get together.
Okay.
And let that go on for a while. And then, I think it's going to be 2 or more months before I or Mr. Lawrence would be comfortable with overnight visits. But starting sometime late May, I would like to see Parker and Mr. Utter spend some time together.
Fantastic, Your Honor.
And then that will ramp up over time for more and more time as hopefully Parker is more comfortable with that.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we're all moving in the right direction here. And the child support payments, I want those to continue during this time, at least to the 17th. Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, I have another thing I would like to talk about here, if you're okay with.
Okay, go ahead.
So during my visit with Keith, he had suggested counseling where Parker may go. Okay, so the name of it is Charlotte Rosen Counseling Services. You know, if you're familiar.
Well, so he's suggesting reunification counseling.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And I reached out to them and talked to her. We did, and my insurance is covered there. She did. I don't know what insurance Parker has, whether it's state or not. She said if he does have state, it is not covered there unless we are together. If that's the case, I would like to try to get him on my insurance, which I've asked Kirby several times over this past year to get him on my insurance, so that I don't have to pay out of pocket for such things. And my insurance, honestly, is some of the best around or in the town. I'm a longshoreman, and Charlotte also had said, I don't understand why he wouldn't be on your insurance because of that reason. You have some of the insurance in town. So I just wanted to get that with you. I called to try to get it set up. I don't know if Kirby has. I reached out to her to let her know what Keith had said, and yeah, and that's it there. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, my thoughts are I'd like to see how the telephone calls go.
Okay.
Those go well. And because you live relatively close, I can envision where Parker can go over to your house for, starting a couple hours and then maybe going to 4 hours.
Absolutely.
Without
Love it.
needing reunification counseling. But I think I need to wait and hear from Mr. Lawrence, and unfortunately he's not able to talk on right now on that. So I'll make a note with the clerk here that we'll address the insurance issue when we get back together on the 17th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I hope the telephone calls go well, and I look forward to meeting with both of you again. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Right.
Bye.
Is Mr. Utter back?
I am, Your Honor, and I apologize for my tardiness this morning.
Oh, that's fine. Mr. Lawrence is here. Is Kirby Llewellyn with us? And honestly, I didn't expect any of the parties today. Mr. Lawrence is asking for a 30-day continuance to get his report out. There was a hearing set for next week on the 17th. It means there won't be any changes to the visitations until I get the report from Mr. Lawrence. And Mr. Utter, I wanted you to have a chance to comment on that if you wanted to.
You had planned prior to the
Well, last court date we had talked about phone calls once a week, then for 2 weeks, 2 phone calls after that for 2 weeks, which is where we're at now.
Right.
And then visitation starting next week. Would that still be? And then within a couple months, you would hope that he'd be spending the night. Would that still continue?
Let me, I guess, go back to Mr. Lawrence. Do you have any concerns at this point where I should not order at least daytime visitations for a few weeks?
Your Honor, this is a little bit complicated.
Okay.
The child, in my opinion, is trying to not upset either of the parents. And he's not been real talkative with me about his feelings in this matter. I see nothing that would preclude him having contact with his father, and that the father is making strides to try to improve the relationship between him and his son. And there's going to be some growing pains on this. And Ms. Llewellyn has expressed some concerns about him hiding his emotions and not talking with her about what he's truly feeling. I was holding back until I got full payment on this before I went any further with my investigation. I plan on going to the school in the next few days and meeting with Parker alone, away from the influence of both parents, and see what I can get out of him. But as far as the order that was previously entered, I think we should continue with that, because it's going to tell me where the problem areas are. I don't see anything that is particularly dangerous for the child. It's just that the relationship between him and his dad has been interrupted, and it's trying to restart, and all of the issues about reconnecting and all of that. So I would advise the court to probably continue with the status quo. And should anything of significance arise in the next week or two, then I will certainly bring that back in front of the court.
Mr. Lawrence, we have a hearing that I had previously scheduled for May 17th. That's a week from now. I'm inclined to leave that and see if you might be able to connect with the son between now and then. If you can, I understand. I would like to consider some amount of time where Mr. Utter can be with his son before we get to the end of this matter. So, Mr. Utter, I'm not going to make any changes today. The phone calls will remain, but I'm going to keep the hearing on next week, and hopefully Mr. Lawrence can meet with your son for that, and then we'll discuss what changes we can make, if any. I'm not going to promise that we're going to do any, but I want to discuss it again next week. Okay.
Can I put a couple in here? Words here.
Sure.
Parker is a very quiet kid, whether on the phone or not. He's really hard to talk to. He's shy to anybody, even his own mother, over the phone. But we have had a little bit of a breakthrough over these phone calls, and I have kind of asked him if he knows why we're having these phone calls, and he didn't. He had never been told why, and I would have thought that the GAL would have been able to explain to him why, if the parents can't. But I was able to tell him a little bit, as well as talk to him about coming over tomorrow, or I'm sorry, possibly coming over next week with visitations, which time he is also on board with, it seemed to me. His brothers are very excited to see him, and everybody's very excited to see him again. With that said, to the other topic, as far as Keith and payment goes, continuing his investigation, had I known he was waiting on a payment, we could have paid that in full. He told us as long as that we were paid by May 10th, which is today, which is the day he was supposed to have his report in, that we can make payments. So we originally gave him $1,500 down, $200 a week up until last Thursday, which was the final payment of $100. So I know there's a process and it's lengthy, but to say we were waiting for a payment, that was never brought up to us, that we were going to have to wait and prolong this longer for that payment. Had that been, like I said, we would have, I didn't know it was $3,000, which is a lot of money. When I was told to pay it, I was thinking hundreds possibly, but thousands is a lot, but we would have made that do, if you will. So I guess that's just frustrations as a parent. And Your Honor, you had told me I would be frustrated with you, and that's a normal thing. Not that I'm frustrated with you personally, but to have this extended another month after we've gone through the steps, we've done everything we were told we were supposed to do, is kind of more frustrating, if you will. Not to lose my cool. I'm not losing my cool or anything. I understand the system, and if that's the way it has to be, it has to be. I just don't know if there was professionalism there that didn't get relayed to us, or what the case may be.
If you have watched these dockets for any period of time, you'll know that there are a lot of cases that end up being continued.
Right.
The GALs ask for more time. It's very common for that to happen. And
Sure.
it is, I understand, a frustration for the parents. And that's why I alerted you that that's likely to occur.
Right. Which
But
I understand it, but sorry.
this is a delicate situation to have you step back into your son's life.
Sure.
I need Mr. Lawrence's guidance on that, and I need yours.
Right.
So I'm glad that we're taking the steps we have, and we need to come back next week and see if we can take another step.
Okay, so next week, will he be able to come for a 3-4 hour visit like we had said last?
Well,
Or just continue with the
I'll
calls?
hear from Mr. Lawrence and hopefully, just a minute here, Ms. Llewellyn will be here, and we can all discuss whether an in-person visit is something that can occur.
Okay,
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Utter.
thank you very much, Your Honor.
Lawrence. Let's unmute. All right, we're back. Let's take the case of Stephen Utter and Kirby Young next, and Mr. Lawrence is with us. Just a moment here. All right, and thank you everyone for staying here as long as this is taking. So, Mr. Lawrence, did you have a chance to talk to Parker in the last week?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. I met with him at school on Friday of last week, and I was asking him about how the telephone calls with his father were going, and he indicated that they were doing fine. And I asked him if he was ready to go to the next level of contact with his father by having face-to-face visits. And he said that he was not. And I asked him why, and he indicated that he had heard stories from his mother and his brother about his dad's verbal aggressive behavior. And he was concerned that that might happen when he went over to visit with his dad. And so I asked him about reconciliation counseling. Initially, when I met with Parker at his home, he indicated he was not interested in reconciliation counseling. And I assumed that that was because him and his dad had a good enough relationship that he felt they could patch things up without needing to have a counselor get involved. But on Friday, when I met with him, I explained what reconciliation counseling was, that you have a counselor who meets with you individually as well as your father. And then eventually the two of you can meet together in front of the counselor, iron out any issues between the two of you. And then the counselor can start making recommendations for increasing the visits if that's what's warranted. And he felt a lot more comfortable about that. And if I interpreted my conversation with his mother, Kirby, correctly, I spoke to her after I had met with Parker and explained to her what had happened. She indicated that Parker came home and the two of them discussed my interview with him, and he seemed to be pleased with how that interview went. And my interpretation of that was that he felt that he was being heard, that he needed to have some measure of protection, which the counselor would provide, but at the same time, he can try to rebuild his relationship with his father. And so I emailed Mr. Utter as well as spoke directly to Kirby, and explained that I would be requesting that the court order reconciliation counseling in this matter, and that we basically leave the status quo of the telephone calls in place while initiating the reconciliation counseling, and then allow the counselor and Mr. Utter and Parker decide when and if they are to take it to the next level. And that would give me, if I could have another 30 days, Your Honor, that would give me a chance to observe this and see where this is moving, so I can have a more complete recommendation for my report.
You have a recommendation of where that could occur?
Well, I contacted Allison Long, who I know is with the Charlotte Rosen group, and I haven't heard back from her. I know that she's busy and all of that, but Charlotte Rosen, Mary Patterson, Allison Long, that whole group is kind of the gold standard in Cowlitz County for this type of counseling, and I would hope that they could get in there. Ms. Young did want to know whether or not it should be in Cowlitz County or in Clark County. I'm not aware of anybody in Clark County. Ms. Young did indicate that she had a preference that it stay in Cowlitz because it was closer.
Let me hear from Ms. Young next. Any comment on what Mr. Lawrence has said?
No.
All right, thank you. Mr. Utter, any comment?
Yeah, I do have a couple here.
Please.
One, the county doesn't seem to matter. I mean, as long as the insurance, last time we were here, we talked about insurance for Parker, and you were going to have the clerk look into his insurance, because we have contacted the place that Mr. Lawrence has suggested here, and they said my insurance was covered there. But if Parker was on state insurance, it wasn't covered there. And if that's something else that would have to be out of my pocket, I was hoping to put Parker onto my insurance, seeing as I've already dropped $3,000 into this out of pocket. Also, I've had contact with Miss Young. We talked yesterday. And together we have talked about, we talked about where this fear comes from with Parker. Parker has never seen me angry, never seen me raise my voice, other than one time when there was an incident with his brother and the police were called, but it was not directed to Parker. And Parker had came over several times after that incident and was not scared or anything. I believe that was January was the last time he came. I'm sorry. There's never been a fear of Parker's that I'm aware of until now, until January. This is new to me, that he is scared and timid. The only way he would know anything is if he was being told stories about incidents that may or may not have happened, really one-sided version of that. I sent Mr. Lawrence an email with pictures showing him jumping into my arms, showing him with us with no fear whatsoever. So this is all new, a new thing. With that being said, of course, the reunification, counseling, anything the court's order, we will go through as we have to in order to get to where we want to be. With that said, Kirby and I are discussing yesterday. She suggested I come to his horse riding lessons. Perhaps we meet at my parents' house. Perhaps we meet at a park. Something for us. I don't feel that Parker is as terrified as Mr. Lawrence is stating, or that Kirby is stating, because of the reasons that she's willing to take it out of the courts and handle it on her own, if that's a possibility. So I don't know if we have conflicting stories. I don't know if there's games being played. Your Honor, I just want to see my son and go from there. It seems like when he was here, we were building that foundation. This time last year, we had a great foundation and it was growing stronger and stronger. Our bond was. And
let me go back to Ms. Young. Mr. Utter has indicated that you would be open to having him see Parker in public settings. Is that right?
Well, one thing I want to say, and this is not trying to be rude to Mr. Utter at all. This relationship that, yes, I believe him and Parker had somewhat of a relationship prior to January, but there was never like any one-on-one time. And that was what brought us here, was like trying to do what was right by Parker, in the sense of taking it slow. And I've told Mr. Utter this and Mr. Lawrence, like, this is all new for Parker. They've never, him and or his father have never went and, had ice cream alone together. It's always been at Mr. Utter's family's, or Parker going to see his friends that live by Mr. Utter. And I want Parker to have a relationship. Yes, I want the relationship to feel comfortable to Parker, and don't want to be, if Parker is scared, I don't sit and fill Parker's head with anything that I may know that has happened or whatever. I want Parker to be safe and feel comfortable. And I believe we both have great intentions for Parker. If it's the counseling that's needed, I'm for that. If Mr. Utter thinks that we can, carry this on ourselves and he be respectful, I'm good with that too. But it is about Parker. And when I had told Mr. Utter that, hey, you got to kind of slow down, he's feeling overwhelmed, that's when it went, that's why we're here, is because of that. And I don't know.
Mr. Lawrence, what if we took some time, let Mr. Utter attend some of these events that are public, lots of people around, and see where we're at on reunification counseling after those things? What would be your thought on that?
I believe that'd be a good idea, Your Honor. I think what has to be primary between Mr. Utter and Ms. Young is that Parker is a very sensitive kid, and he takes his lead from the people that he's around. If he can see his parents trying to work together for his benefit, I think that's going to go a long ways towards making him feel secure. In a public setting like that, where Ms. Young may even be available to kind of be in the distance, so he can have sight of her, so he knows that she's around, or that this is a public place where there's nothing that can happen to him at that point. I think that's all good stuff. And but he's a kid that is very sensitive. It's going to take a little bit of time for him to feel comfortable, but the key to this whole thing is going to be between Mr. Utter and Ms. Young cooperating in trying to make him feel comfortable.
All right. I've heard today, and I've also heard in the past, really a good level of cooperation between Mr. Utter and Ms. Young, and so I want to acknowledge that and appreciate it. Reunification counseling can cost a bit, and I think there might be a couple steps we can do here before we determine if that's necessary. So what I'd like to do is put this over a month. The telephone calls as they've been ordered need to continue. And then Ms. Young, I'm going to kind of put you in charge of this. If there are 2 to 3 public events that Mr. Utter could be invited to in the next month, and I'm not limiting it to that, but I would like to see at least that many if we can. I would appreciate if you could invite him over, if it's just simply him sitting in the stands cheering Parker on, or if they actually have contact. Whatever, I think Parker is probably going to control some of that, but I would like to see how that goes before we make a final decision on reunification counseling.
Okay.
Mr. Utter, I understand I'm putting Ms. Young somewhat in charge of that, but I think that is the appropriate thing to do at this point.
I understand, Your Honor. I do have one question, if you will.
Sure.
Now Parker isn't involved in sports that I'm aware of. We've been trying to get him into sports and stuff. My other kids are very into sports, and he's been invited to those. There was a time when he was coming to every football game and stuff like that. With that being said, my daughter is in districts for softball. Will there be a time maybe he can be invited or she can come to those? Or Braxton, who is Parker's age, has baseball games, and all his friends are at that same age. Our small town, there's 4 or 5 different baseball teams, all of their peers, and so he knows everybody. Would that be a possibility? Otherwise, I don't know where. I mean, his horse riding lessons is a private horse riding lesson thing, I believe, with Miss Terry Hall and Parker and Kirby.
Yes. Well, the horse riding lesson sounds like it'd be kind of an ideal time for you to.
100%.
I'm going to leave Ms. Young in charge. I think if you want to make a suggestion to her, it's something that she need to attend also, and so I'm going to let both of you work with that, but the person who has final say is going to be Ms. Young for the next month. Okay. All right. Again, I appreciate everybody's cooperation. Mr. Lawrence, thank you for your work. I need to pick a date to come back. So looks like that would be June 14th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Your Honor.
All right. Finally, we've got Stephen Utter. Actually, we have to go back to a couple, but Stephen Utter and Kirby Young.
Here, Your Honor.
Did everybody see the report from Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me start. I'll give Mr. Utter a chance to respond, and then Ms. Young, and then I'll hear from Mr. Lawrence, and just kind of bring me up to date too with how the visits at the public events have gone for you. Mr. Utter.
Yeah, thank you. As far as seeing Parker, public events, it's been going great. Seen him 5, 6 times, perhaps 7 times. First time being at the lake with him. The second time being at horse riding lessons with him, where she actually left us unattended. Parker and I, as well as her other daughter, Layla, stayed with me watching Parker. It went fantastic. Parker was happy. From there, they came over to my house, swam in the swimming pool. It was all their kids on 2 different occasions. We were able to go with Parker up to the lake. which ended up back at the pool. Another time I got a truck going I had washed that we had received, and I was test driving around the block where I saw Parker and Kirby, and asked if Parker wanted to go for a spin. He was able to go for a spin in the new truck. We went and got a soda, came back and dropped him off. It's been going exceptionally well, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Young?
I agree. Everything has been going very well. Parker seems to be adjusting well. I don't see any issues, or we haven't had any issues at all. We've communicated, I would say, perfect.
Good.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lawrence?
I'm really pleased to see how this has developed. Parker is the kind of kid who doesn't like to be pushed. And so far, he has stepped well out of his comfort zone since I did a visit with him at his home and at the school. And I'm also pleased that Kirby and Stevie are able to communicate. I think that we're kind of in a honeymoon phase right now, and this is going to be somewhat of a moving target as far as where we can ultimately settle on a parenting plan. As I recommended in my my report, that we could be looking at every other weekend and possibly an overnight visit during the week as a regular visitation arrangement. However, I wouldn't be surprised that we could potentially move to a 50-50 if Parker is ready for that kind of a situation, but we won't know that until this develops over time. And so my recommendation is a little open-ended, and I see that a lot of good things could come out of this, and I hope it just continues progressing the way it has.
Sometimes what I think to myself is I don't want a decision by me to get in the way of what the parents are able to figure out on your own, which is what I hear has been going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I can mess things up. And I think eventually I want to see overnight visits with Mr. Utter. I want to see him able to go on vacations with Parker. I don't think we're there just yet, but I'm not sure that me putting out a framework of what should occur in the future is going to be helpful. I guess what I'm asking both of you is, if we put this out 2 months and we continue to just let the two of you work out these times when Parker comes over, would you be comfortable with that? Let me start with Ms. Young.
Absolutely. I think, and my thought on this is kind of like what Mr. Lawrence has said, kind of like eventually kind of weed me out in these 2 months where I'm not right there. I have talked to Parker. He's not ready for me not to be there yet. I think he will be, I think if he sees, me kind of more, maybe like at the next lesson, me go sit in my car during the lesson or whatever, where it's more them time and not me. Obviously CB and I have a past, so we can obviously interact with each other and talk. And I think that breaks the ice for Parker. I think that's a really good idea. I think we've done well these past, months since we've been there. I feel comfortable doing that and seeing kind of what happens over, the next 2 months.
Mr. Utter?
I semi-agree with that. It's been good. Other than she already has left him alone with me
Sure.
and he was comfortable with it. At the horse riding lessons, as well as, he went with me alone in my truck and cruised around and got a drink. So he has been alone. He is.
I expect that will continue, but I'm not sure we're ready to have him overnight alone.
Right. Understood. I just wanted the court to be clear that we are.
I get that, and I'm very happy with that.
Thank you.
I'm very happy with both of you that's been able to work out.
Yeah, it's been going great. As far as 2 months goes, it is a long time. I do like that we are able to do it on our own. I would still like to have a little bit of structure from the courts, whether it be amount of days per week or exact days, just so that we can have something in case we don't get along over something and it gets retracted, if you will.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, any comment?
Well, Your Honor, I fully agree that overnight visits are not in the offing, at least at this point. But we could set up, maybe rather than events, we could actually do day visits on the weekends. And if Parker's up for, we could start with 2 hours, expand it to 4, that kind of thing. And that way he knows that there's a time frame around it and that he will be going home that night. And so as Kirby and Stevie can wade through this, that we could expand those times, but we could set like every other weekend on Saturday and Sunday, Stevie would get him from 10 to noon, and then maybe we could expand that in a week or two to 10 to 2, and just kind of see how that works out.
Okay. I'm not sure that I see us being at that point right now. I think Parker is comfortable being a little bit closer to his mom.
Yeah.
And when mom says, yeah, you can go for a ride in the truck with your dad, that's a step in the right direction. But I think I'm not comfortable forcing Parker at this point to spend alone time with Mr. Utter without, I'm just not comfortable taking that step. But here's what I will do. Instead of 2 months, let's come back in 1 month.
Okay.
Leave things where they kind of develop, and I'm expecting that there's going to be lots of times when Parker's going to see Mr. Utter in lots of circumstances, but it's circumstances where Parker feels comfortable. I'm expecting that the times that they spend alone may start expanding a bit.
Okay.
And then we might put some structure into it. But what I want to make sure it doesn't happen is that the time with Mr. Utter starts getting restricted. I want to make sure that we're kind of getting more and more, but in a way that Parker's comfortable with.
Okay.
So if we come back in a month, that would be on July 12th.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock.
So now do we do kind of like what we have been doing this past month of, hey, do you want to meet him here, or he's got this lesson or what have you?
That's exactly what I'd like to have happen.
Okay.
All right. The one question that I was going to address today, reunification, that the two of you are essentially able to accomplish that.
Right.
But I'm not sure we're ready for a structure, because I want Parker to have a little more time to feel comfortable.
Okay. So
I know that leaves it, particularly for Mr. Utter, that leaves things not as defined as I think he would like them.
yeah.
But right now, I'm more concerned about a situation where Parker's comfortable.
No, I agree with that, Your Honor.
Perfect.
And actually, we've changed days.
We've
There doesn't have to be a time frame, 10 to 12, you know, we've been doing very well, and it's actually lasted over hours that we visited.
Okay.
For a full day. So we do appreciate that, or I do appreciate that, Your Honor.
And you heard the case before where I just left it to the parents to decide how they were going to co-parent their child. Maybe that's where we end up here. If you're both comfortable addressing and dealing with each other, and you know that everybody's going to be fair. So, but again, I want to watch this a little bit more to decide which way we need to go. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Thank you both. Again, I appreciate all the good work that you're doing in this case.
Your Honor, can I have one more question?
Yes.
There was something that I read in the report. Well, there were several things that I disagreed with, but I don't think we're at that point to do anything about that. But there was one thing about a communication platform. Maybe we could talk through instead.
Would you feel more comfortable with that?
No, I just don't know what that is. That's
That
something
My
the courts are
Family
able.
Wizard is an app that allows you to text each other and keeps a permanent record of the discussion.
Okay.
I didn't bring it up because it sounds like you and Ms. Young are actually communicating pretty well.
Right.
And if that's the case, I don't know that we need to go to that kind of formality, but if you're more comfortable with that, we can discuss it.
It's just the first I had heard about that. I think we are pretty safe right now with the way we are communicating. Everything is logged as it is.
Okay.
And I'm pretty good about keeping all those records if the need be. So I was just curious on what exactly that was. So thank you.
Okay, you bet. All right. Thank you both. We'll see you back here next month.
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Lawrence, we'll come back to your other matter. Let me find it again. I think that's Stephen Utter.
Here, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good
And do we have Kirby Llewellyn? Or is
Yes.
it Kirby Young now?
Yep.
Okay. All right, let me get the digital file pulled up here. This will be 233-000-4808. Excuse me. Okay, so the parties were here on June 14th in front of Commissioner Nelson. It looks like we were discussing visitation and vacations potentially at that time. The commissioner set this review hearing. It looks like to continue that because there was not, I don't see any formal order issued out of that hearing. So again, Mr. Lawrence, much appreciation to you. If you want to fill in any gaps for me, the court would appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Utter goes by Stevie. Stevie and Kirby had this child, Parker. And at the time that Parker was born, Mr. Utter was married to a woman named Autumn. And Autumn became very upset about this child and threatened to kill Ms. Young and the child. And so Mr. Utter decided to essentially stay out of Parker's life for the past 10 years. And Parker then discovered that Mr. Utter was his biological dad. And so we've been talking about how to reunify these two and have a father-son relationship. Parker is a rather reserved young man. He doesn't like to be pushed, and he has some definite ideas about how this reunification should take place. We initially discussed reunification counseling. I don't think truly anybody really wanted that. And so Commissioner Nelson at the time decided to start just having Mr. Utter have visitation with Parker while Ms. Young was in their presence, essentially a supervised visit by her. That went well. There were phone calls, and those went well. And so we decided then to move to the next level, where Ms. Young has Parker involved in horseback riding lessons and other activities. And the commissioner wanted Mr. Utter to be included in those activities with Ms. Young being present. And those went very well. And so we were talking about essentially ratcheting up the amount of time that Mr. Utter could spend with Parker. And as Parker becomes more comfortable with him, then Ms. Young could kind of fade into the woodwork and leave Mr. Utter and Parker together. And that's where we were at the last hearing. That very evening, I got a call from Mr. Utter indicating that Ms. Young's boyfriend, a gentleman by the name of Jeff McDonald, who has an extensive criminal history and is apparently physically abusive, was at Ms. Young's house that evening. And the police got called. So I asked Mr. Utter if he could get a copy of that police report for me. I spoke to Ms. Young about it, and her indication was that she came home, had Parker in the car, and saw Mr. McDonald's car in her driveway or out on the street near her home. And so she just continued on past her home and called the police to have him removed. She denies any kind of involvement or contact with Mr. McDonald, and that there was no contact between Parker and Mr. McDonald. I still have not received the police report. And so we're here, I guess, to address that issue and to see where we go from here as far as the visits.
Okay. And I will turn it over to the parties here in a minute. I'll just say, Mr. Lawrence, thank you once again. And my review procedurally on this case
Difficult. Yeah, so we're trying to do it too. So
is that we have some bench orders addressing bits and pieces of this case, but unless I'm missing it, I see there was a motion filed back in February of this year to get a temporary parenting plan put into place. But I don't see that a judge or commissioner has ever signed a temporary order establishing a parenting plan or child support or anything like that. Does that meet with the parties' understanding?
To an extent.
Okay, go ahead, sir, and let me know your perspective on this.
So Mr. Lawrence, though his telling of events is pretty accurate, it is pretty vague. There's a lot more to that. We could be here
Oh,
for a long
Sure.
time.
Oh, no, sure. So, sir, what I'm asking for right now is procedurally, has a judge issued a decision on a temporary parenting plan for you all? Other than you received bench orders, kind of addressing bits and pieces of visitation. But I know like Ms. Young she filed a motion back in February saying, I would like the court to adopt my parenting plan. There was a hearing held, but no order signed, except little kind of bench orders. Does that meet with your understanding, Ms. Young?
Yeah, they were kind of doing the visits like what we've been doing, so they can kind of get to know each other is what the judge, but that was it.
I have been paying, Your Honor. Sorry.
No, I see. And is that the 150 a month?
No, weekly.
A week.
Weekly. Okay. And that's interesting too, because that's not a child support order. It really is just a bench order. So I think procedurally what I need to do is set this for an actual hearing on presentation of temporary orders. Given some of the things I'm hearing, I think we will want input from Mr. Lawrence upon further investigation on some of those items. You all will be, it's kind of like a mini hearing in front of me where you do present testimony to me about why your proposed parenting plan is the one the court should adopt. So what I want to do is set a date for you all to have presented to me your own proposed parenting plans. So that these are forms you fill out and submit to the court. And it's just called a temporary parenting plan. And you tell me, you both submit to me what you want and what you're asking for and why. And then we'll have a hearing. Mr. Lawrence will be a part of that. If you want to submit any declarations in support of why you're requesting those things, like family members or other people who know what is happening in this family dynamic, you can submit that testimony by declaration. And then I will have a hearing with you all, and we will actually sign and craft a formal, full temporary parenting plan. Then the next step would be you all would set a trial date for a permanent parenting plan once you're ready for that.
Okay.
Very good.
Okay. Does that, I think that kind of, I know there are some major issues we need to address. So I'd like to get this set sooner than later, but procedurally, I need to get all of these kind of piecemeal bench orders put into one formal temporary parenting plan for you all.
And that's why I brought this to the court, Your Honor, for that reason, for the help to get us together and facilitate a relationship. And that's exactly since February. I've submitted that parenting plan, temporary and stuff like that already. So thank you.
Okay, perfect. So how much time, now things have changed maybe since this case was first filed. So I want to give the parties opportunity to file new proposed parenting plans. Unless what you've already filed with the court is still what you are requesting, that's fine. But I'm guessing there might be some changes to what you originally wanted in February. Does that sound correct?
Probably. I don't remember now, but.
Okay.
I don't think we need any changes on my end, but.
On your end? Okay. Let me make sure I have something from you just before we.
Yeah, I'm the one who's brought this to the courts and submitted it, so I don't know.
Okay, I do see yours back from February 3rd. I do see your proposed parenting plan. Oh, that's a temporary family law order. Let's see if you gave me a parenting plan too. You did petition for a parenting plan, and there's a motion for a family law order. And you have a declaration in support of your parenting plan. But oh, no, hold on. I had to go back further.
Okay. I know we spent a lot of money and did a lot of papers.
Yeah, there's a lot here. So Ms. Young, what I do have from you is a February 10th proposed parenting plan. And that's the one, Mr. Utter, you would want to actually file with the court. You have filed all the other paperwork except that one document.
Okay.
So what it's called is a parenting plan. And it is, you can find it online. It's a family law form 140. You can get that on, if you Google Washington State Court Forms, it'll take you to the Office of Administrative Courts. And if you go to family law document 140, that's the document that you're going to be filling out for me.
Okay.
It's your request that's going to include what you want holidays to look like, what you want school schedules to look like, what you want summer schedules to look like. That's the only thing I'm missing from you, but you filed all the other things.
Okay. I'll get right on that.
Okay. So how much time do the parties want before we come back and have a hearing on temporary parenting plan?
So I have a question. So for the paperwork, do we, for having like, people, witnessing or whatever, that all gets submitted to?
Correct.
Before-
If you want to submit declarations, you can. Just know that there are some local rules on how long those declarations can be. If you want to look those up, it's Cowlitz County Local Rule 88.
Okay.
So you may want to take a look at that. My general advice is the shorter, the better. We generally want to see those under 4 pages long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how much time do the parties want? Do we want to set this out like 3 weeks or 4 weeks?
Let's do 4 weeks.
No objection.
Okay, that would be August 9th, Wednesday, August 9th at 9 a.m. Mr. Lawrence, would that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I know there were some, so let's do that. We're gonna schedule this August 9th at 9 a.m. for presentation and decision on a temporary parenting plan. Do we, Mr. Lawrence, in your opinion, need to address, I guess, anything on an emergent basis in the interim as far as visitation?
The only thing is Mr. McDonald should not have a presence in Ms. Young's home. He's got an extensive history. Ms. Young has indicated they are not seeing each other, that he is not living at her home. And whatever, if Mr. McDonald shows up, Ms. Young take all appropriate action to have him removed.
So yeah, Ms. Young, let me ask you about that. Is this gentleman physically present in your home at either permanently, temporarily, or any part of the day?
Not at all.
Okay. If I issue an oral ruling today, essentially adopting Mr. Lawrence's recommendation that this individual not in any way be physically present in your home permanently or temporarily, and certainly not around the minor child, can you abide by that?
Yep.
Okay. I think that likely will become a formal written order in our temporary parenting plan, just given the concerns the court would have about criminal history. But please know that is the court's ruling today, and we just, urge you for the safety of the child to take that seriously.
Yep.
And it sounds like you are.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Anything else the parties need from me? Otherwise, we'll be back on August 9th and start working towards some resolution of these issues for you all.
Okay.
I would actually, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Can we get some more? our visitations have been very, very good. Parker's really coming out of his shell. He's had time alone with me without her present. He's come into my home to get his football cleats. I asked him if his mom knew he was there. He jokingly said no with this big smile and said, Parker, let me know. And so I called Kirby and I said, hey, Kirby, Parker's here. Just want to make you aware. And she was. My son had went over and got him. She had said she would be there in 20 minutes to pick him up. So I relayed that to Parker. We went to this pool to go swimming, and he was pretty upset. He only had 20 minutes. It ended up being longer than that. Thankfully, it was a little over an hour. But he was still upset that he had to go. He wants to have more time. So I was wondering if the courts would kind of ensure that our visitations are doing really well. Our communication doesn't seem to be doing the greatest.
You mean the communication between you and Ms. Young, or you and the child?
Miss Young.
Okay. So what
Sorry.
what are you asking of the court today?
So right now we're supposed to have, it's pretty lax, which is nice because our schedules are so busy. But there has been times where if I know a day we can see each other, a date he might be come over, I can rearrange scheduling a little better that way, instead of being, oh, this works here. Oh, wait, it's not going to work this day, or something along those lines. More structured.
Yeah. And here's what I would say, that's my goal in the hearing we're going to have in 4 weeks. Okay. So, certainly I think that will definitely should be a part of your proposed parenting plan, kind of making sure that you're requesting what works for you and the child, and Ms. Young is requesting what works for her and the child, and then we'll come together, make that decision. So I probably am not going to make any sort of ruling on that today, but certainly that is the goal for getting you guys some real structure in this case, which I don't think you've got yet. So, okay. Ms. Young, if you want to add anything, or are you satisfied with that?
Nope, that sounds good. And just to clarify, like they're supposed to do 2 calls a week, which those have not been happening. And I think Stevie knows those are on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I think those are really important. Those kind of help Parker kind of in between the visits, but those have really almost come to a complete halt. So I just ask that, because I think Stevie's out of town for this whole week. So no visits this week, and the rest of the visits have been, like he said, our schedules are kind of crazy. So I just don't want there to be so much time in between the visits, I've noticed with Parker. So those phone calls, especially this week, are obviously very important. And I seem to reach out to Stevie a lot of, hey, what's your schedule? Call, so I just want those to continue, if at all.
This is where the miscommunications are coming.
Yeah. So, I would say right now, all I can do is say, follow what is in place under those bench orders, do the best you can. Let's regroup in 4 weeks and give you guys some more structure to this, because it sounds like both parties are requesting that. So, okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Until then.
Your Honor, my phone is open all the time. He can call anytime he wants, and vice versa. So there's no worries on the phone calls on my end.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you guys working on that. Okay. Anything else we need? Otherwise, we'll see all the parties back on August 9th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you all. And docket 233-0004808. Do I have Stephen Utter and Kirby Llewellyn?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And yes. I apologize. Is it Kirby Young now?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Let me open up that file. Give me just a minute. Okay. So when we were together last, I think the big, Mr. Lawrence gave a great history of the case. And what we did today was essentially talked about the fact that there really is no parenting plan in place for you all, that we wanted to get some sort of answers for everyone. I do have in the file This one is a proposed parenting plan filed by Mr. Utter back in February.
Your Honor.
Just
I'm
a
s-
second,
Okay,
just a second. From February of 2023. That's the hard copy that's been handed to me. And I think we maybe talked about, hey, is that still what you all want to operate under? What I have received since our last hearing from Ms. Young is also a proposed parenting plan. Mr. Utter, have you had a chance to review the proposed parenting plan from Ms. Young?
well, actually, Your Honor, we together signed a proposed parenting plan, went into the clerk's office together and filed one together with him.
This is, I'm looking at the very last page of what Ms. Young filed, and it has your signature on it for August 2, 2023.
I believe so. I don't have that paper in front of me, but the last paper was a tentative plan to get to the final one eventually. It was a typed one that I had typed out. And it says something to the regards of starting August 9th, which is today. Parker will be coming on Wednesdays from 4 to 8.
Yeah, so it's, so
Okay.
that's, you didn't put it in order, but it is a standalone, just a blank white document that says to start parenting plan, first month starting August 9th, second month starting September 1st, third month starting October 1st, we'll go straight into permanent parenting plan as outlined.
Yes. And,
Okay.
and that's one that Kirby and I both have agreed
Yep.
on, sat down on, passed papers back and forth with. We've really worked together
Okay,
in order to do this. And if something wasn't right, one of us didn't like it, we talked about it, we compromised, we figured it out on our own. And here we are, we submitted it together to show the courts that we have something now, and we're really here for Parker, and we just want the best for him. And
okay, hold on. So Mr.
Okay.
Lawrence, have you reviewed the proposed parenting plan?
No, Your Honor. I spoke to Mr. Utter yesterday afternoon, and he didn't mention that they had filed something, so I didn't go and look because I wasn't served and didn't have notice.
Yeah.
However, this case has started from a position where Mr. Utter and Ms. Young had difficulty in working together. Parker had just recently learned that Mr. Utter was his biological father. And I think they've done quite a good job in trying to get Parker comfortable being around Mr. Utter. There's been some alone time between Parker and Mr. Utter. And I would have no objections if they can both agree to this parenting plan, because this is ultimately what we want, is both parents agreeing on how they should handle their own child. And so I would not stand in the way just because I haven't observed it at this point, but I am familiar with the parties and what they're trying to do.
Okay. So I think, and Ms. Young, does this meet with your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you may have heard me say this to some other folks, I really applaud you all for working together towards the best interest of your child and reducing the amount of conflict between the two of you. That is great. Let me just check with the clerk. Do you have an original of that, the August 3rd filing? I don't think I do.
unfortunately, we only had one copy, so we don't even have a copy, Your Honor.
You don't, okay. So let's do this. Because the sheet that you filled out is, and let me preface this by saying, I understand going through these cases without a lawyer is difficult at best. But it sounds to me like what you all want to do is put a temporary parenting plan into place through October 1st, and you all have some visitation schedules through October 1st. And then after October 1st, you want the permanent parenting plan to go into effect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So what I need from you is an actual, so the one page that you filed, that's not a temporary parenting plan. I mean, it tells me what you all want to do, but I need two things from you. I need one, you have filed the permanent parenting plan that you want in effect in October. But what I need you to present to the court for signature is the proposed temporary parenting plan in the actual form. And then what we'll do, and if you think you could get that filled out, since you've agreed to all the terms, if you could get that filled out within a week, we could set that on for what we call presentation next Wednesday, where I would just look over the form, make sure you've checked all the boxes you need to check. If you're still in agreement, we'll sign off on it, and then we'll set a review date in October to make sure that you all still are ready to move forward with the permanent parenting plan.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, does that work for you?
Well, when we were at the clerk's office, they had mentioned something that we may be able to not, if we could bypass the courts, if we agree on this and we get a facilitator.
You
Are we
can.
on that now, or?
So you can make an appointment with the courthouse facilitator who will go through the parenting plan paperwork with you.
Uh-huh.
And let me just be reminded by the court, when can they make those appointments?
They're generally on Fridays.
Okay.
It depends on what's open, how far out that's gonna be. And
Okay.
they need to have all of their final documents prepared before they can make that appointment.
Yeah. So, and those are just for the final documents, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Child support.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they had said. We had 3 more papers, a final, a child support
Yep.
document, and one other that
Yeah.
the facilitator.
So here's what I'm going to recommend, because that won't apply to the temporary parenting plan you all want in place. So let's
Okay.
kind of baby step it. For next week for presentation, get me a filled out temporary parenting plan. And that's going to include the August, September schedule that you all want into place. Okay. And then we'll set a review date in October. And before October, you all can meet with a court facilitator to have them look through all of your final paperwork, including the final parenting plan, final family law order, final child support, etc.
Okay.
Okay. So for next week, and if you want to get Mr. Lawrence a copy of what you're proposing, I do think that would be helpful. You know,
Okay.
you want to say, obviously, if this is an agreement, probably neither Mr. Lawrence nor the court are going to stand in the way of that, absent some glaring safety issue to kiddo. But please get him a copy of that, just in case we need his input.
Okay.
So we'll set this to August 16th. That'll specifically be for presentation of the temporary order. And then at that date, we'll give you an October date to come back for the final orders.
Okay, so a question. So after the October one, we should be done. I
You
mean,
should.
like we don't.
Sounds as if, based on what you all are telling me, yes, that sounds very correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the courts, Your Honor, I mean, we're working together. I'm working with my work to get him on my insurance right now, waiting for a call back, and counseling. We're working on getting Parker in counseling,
Okay.
talk together about this, and just for the courts to be aware of.
Oh, great. I think you all are doing an excellent job. So keep up the good work.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you both. We'll see you back next week.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. One of our cases where Mr. Lawrence is the guardian ad litem. So let me see, do I have Stephen Utter with us and Kirby Llewellyn
Yes, I'm here.
or Kirby Young?
Yep.
Do we have Mr. Utter with us? Ms. Young, are you expecting Mr. Utter today? I do see you all presented an agreed order. But
I know he worked nights last night, so I'm assuming he probably overslept, but I'm not sure. But we got the papers turned in and he was going to get a copy to Mr. Lawrence.
Okay, let me just check. I think I'm probably gonna wait a few minutes for him, but this is on 233-000-4808. Mr. Lawrence, were you, I know last time we were together, we were hoping that the parties would give you a copy of their proposed parenting plan. Have you received that?
Not yet, Your Honor. I received an email yesterday from Kirby indicating that Steve was supposed to provide me with a copy, but I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. So let me just double check. Do I have Mr. Utter on? Okay. I think what I'd like to do, because you all are proceeding without an attorney, I know when we were together last, my hope was that Mr. Lawrence would look at this parenting plan to give any feedback if there were small points of disagreement or things that the court just can't do. My proposal would be, and hopefully Mr. Utter could be in attendance, would be to just set this over 1 week to next Wednesday, August 23rd. Ms. Young, would you be available?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Lawrence, would you be available?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'll just ask one more time, do we have Stephen Utter online with us? Okay. So Ms. Young, if you're in communication
Yeah.
with Mr. Utter, just let him know. We'll set this to next Wednesday at 9 a.m. And then if the court does have a copy of the joint agreement the two of you signed, looks like one of you on August 12th and one on August 14th. So if you can get that to Mr. Lawrence, today or tomorrow, that would be really helpful.
Yep, I will do that.
Okay. Anything else on this matter, Mr. Lawrence or Ms. Young?
I don't
Not
think
for
so.
me, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you both so much. So I think a couple of these might be quicker matters. Number 11, Stephen Utter and Kirby Llewellyn.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay. Kirby Young, excuse me. Much like one of the prior cases, your name still shows up as a different name on our docket. And then I have Mr. Lawrence as the GAL. Ms. Young, can you hear the court? Ms. Young, are you able to hear the court? We can't hear you if you're talking to us. This will be 233-000-4808. Ms. Young, can you hear the court? You might need to hit *6 to unmute if you're on a phone. Ms. Young, can you hear the court? While we're waiting on that, Mr. Lawrence, I'll just ask you, were you able to get a copy of the proposed temporary parenting plan?
It was, Your Honor, and it looked fine. They did not leave a signature line for me, but I'm in agreement with it if the two parties are still in agreement with it.
Okay. And I will, Mr. Utter, let me get your, well, I'd like Ms. Young to be able to hear us. I'm going to just ask her to unmute here and see if that triggers any response from her. Ms. Young, can you hear the court? You can send me a message or you can, where'd she go now? She may have logged off. Let's just see if she logs back in. Okay, it sounds like that might be an agreed order. Mr. Lawrence, I hate to keep you longer, but I'm going to go ahead and call another, what I think will be a quick matter while we wait to see if she logs in.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you for your patience. All right, let's go back. Ms. Young, can you hear the court now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, perfect. So we'll go back to this case, Stephen Utter, Kirby Young. This is 233-000-4808. We set this over so that Mr. Lawrence could take a look at the proposed temporary parenting plan. I do have the original one that you both signed, Ms. Young on August 12th, Mr. Utter on August 14th. Mr. Lawrence did give his input. I'm not sure, Ms. Young, if you were able to hear that, that it does look agreeable and according to the parties' wishes. Are the parties still in agreement to enter this as your temporary parenting plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I will go ahead and sign this as your temporary parenting plan today. I really appreciate the two of you working together on this. Let's set what we'll need to do in your case. And let me see, is there state involvement on this one? I don't think so.
No.
Child's not receiving any state assistance.
No.
Okay. What I'm going to do then is set a review date. So we have the temporary order in place. Ultimately, we'll need to work towards a final order. You all can decide whether that's also going to be agreeable down the road or whether you're going to be requesting a trial or hearing on that. How far out, Mr. Lawrence, would be your recommendation to go on a review now that we have this temporary plan in place?
I think we should have a pretty good idea within 30 to 60 days, Your Honor.
Okay, since I just set a bunch of cases to September 27th, trying to be mindful of how long these dockets get, and because it looks like the parties are working really well together, I have less concerns about getting them back super quick. What if we do October 4th or October 11th as our next review date?
That works.
Do you have a preference?
The 4th would be fine.
Okay. Mr. Utter, does October 4th work for you at 9 a.m.?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And Mr. Lawrence, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. What we'll do at that time is essentially, I'll call it a review hearing to see how the temporary parenting plan is going. And then we can discuss our plan from there as far as finalization of your case and setting future dates.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you both for working so well together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Lawrence, for your patience on this docket.
Thank you.
So have you on the Utter and Llewellyn matter. We can go ahead and take that.
Yes, I'm on that, Your Honor.
Okay, this is 233-000-4808. Let's see, I do see Kirby, formerly Llewellyn, now Young, and
Yep.
Stephen Utter present.
Present, Your Honor.
Okay, there you are. If I, as I'm pulling up my notes, when we were together on the 23rd, looks like we did go ahead and put into place the temporary parenting plan. And then we set a review date for today. Let's see. I'm looking at this affidavit. There was incomplete documents that were not able to be filed. The family law order and the temporary parenting plan. Okay. So I guess Mr. Lawrence, I'll turn it first over to you.
Your Honor, this was a matter where Mr. Utter had been out of his son's life, Parker, for a number of years and is now trying to reestablish a relationship with him. And he and Kirby were working together to accomplish that. And things were going well. The two of them got together and created a parenting plan whereby Mr. Utter started out with Saturday day visits and could have Wednesday evening visits with Parker. And everything appeared to be going very well. I spoke to both the parties yesterday or the day before and found out that those visits have fallen apart. And from Kirby's perspective, apparently she feels that Stevie has just failed to enact the visits and has missed 4 of them. From Stevie's point of view, there was maybe some scheduling issues and that he feels that maybe Kirby is trying to undermine the visitation. Stevie had gotten Parker signed up for football and now Parker's refusing to play. And so right now, those visits are not taking place. And I'm not sure exactly what happened, but all the wheels fell off.
So let me start with you, Ms. Young. What's happening with those visitations that I think we had just adopted those back in August in the temporary parenting plan.
So I have reached out on several different occasions with Stevie to schedule visits. And I have made note of every time, say it was I think both of them were Saturday visits. He was supposed to take Parker to lunch. He just never has showed. He's called Parker one time since our last court. He seems to think that I need to reach out. I have reached out, but he doesn't follow through and show up. I had talked to Keith yesterday. I think that I was asking Keith his input on, does Parker have say in this? I know where Parker stands as far as what he's wanting from the relationship with Stevie. He doesn't seem to follow through. He's got a lot of excuses, oh, I had to work. Oh, I was sick. Family issues, he has claimed. I don't know what more I'm supposed to do. I've went above and beyond what I think is fair to try to make it happen. I can't make him show up to the visits. But I'm the one that has to explain to Parker, oh, he didn't show again. And it's unfair. They don't have that type of relationship. There's not enough of a relationship there for him to be this way with Parker.
Right. Okay. So Mr. Utter, give me your take on this situation as it pertains to visitation and what's going on.
Okay. As far as visitation, we agreed together. We went in together to sign the parenting plan uncontested. Everything was going fine. Parker came over for my daughter's birthday, had a fabulous time, played football games, poker, did very, very good with everybody. I'm sorry, I'm getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can, yes.
Okay. Everything was going good. We agreed on that. We agreed on counseling for him. When it came down to it, I just needed his Social Security to get him on my insurance. Had reached out to the counselor that the court had provided at one time, but couldn't do it without Parker's insurance. She's refused to give me his Social Security number to put him on insurance. She thinks a school counselor is adequate for this type of thing, and I don't agree. He needs a
Not
counselor
true.
equipped. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Ms. Young, I'll come back to you. Go ahead. Ms.
Okay.
I tried to start the visitations that we had implemented together for the courts. It never came to fruition. I called, tried to schedule things. The appointments that she's speaking of, there was never any appointments that I'm aware of. Parker did kind of pull back a little bit. Before the papers were signed for the last time we were at courts, we still agreed to go through with everything. She had still signed the papers, everything else. I don't know here what the change in Parker's behavior was. Like I said, he was very, very excited. He was good for the birthday party. After the birthday party, I'm sorry, prior to the birthday party, signed up for football. He had called to ask to get a mouthpiece, socks for football, took him out to lunch, did this, came home, boiled his mouthpiece, everything fantastic. Spent the entire day and the entire evening, and that's the last I've seen him was early August prior to the courts. Since then, Miss Young went to get his gear, I suppose, for football. Parker didn't know how to put it on or arrange it. Asked if I would come over. I went over, I helped him do it. It was a great moment, one of the best moments we ever had. He even took his gear the way that I had told him how to do it, set it there, told his brothers and sisters not to touch it. That's the way his dad had placed it. Everything going good. I honestly don't know what happened. I did go for a couple weeks to take it all in. All of a sudden, after everything going so good, Parker doesn't want to talk to me. I call over and over. He doesn't say anything. I feel like he's being coerced, or he hasn't had an outlet. For 10 years, he didn't know who I was. She decided after 10 years, it was time to tell him, this is your dad. The guy you knew was your dad is no longer your dad. And it's been a back and forth thing. Anytime something good happens or we start to move forward, Parker and I in our relationship, it seems like she pulls it back in some way, or something just mysteriously happens. And we need the court's help at this time. I really hope for reunification counseling, everything that Mr. Lawrence has originally asked for. I would like the court's help in doing so, not only with counseling, but to use the court's app for communication. I don't recall what the name of that was.
Okay. Ms. Young, I think you wanted some input, particularly on the counselor issue.
Yeah, so Parker has Kaiser. Parker is 11 and a half years old and has had the same doctor. And Kaiser is perfectly capable of helping getting Parker into counseling. I have text messages showing where I've reached out to Stevie to try to schedule something, and he's, oh yeah, sounds great, and then nothing. He's called Parker one time. I also have my phone records of that. And this, I know his daughter's birthday was in the beginning of August. And after that, Parker was like, I don't want anything to do with him. And I've tried everything. And I even yesterday talking with Keith, I go, what more can we do to help Parker? As far as, can Keith talk to Parker again, and, trying to get as much help as I can. I think a school counselor is great just as another out for Parker. I don't think that's the fix all. I just want Parker to know that he's heard also. I'm glad that Stevie has all of this input, but there's no follow through. And I've got text and my call logs from Verizon to show that I'm sorry, but that's all a lie.
Yeah. So here's my take on this, and I want to brainstorm some solutions, but I do feel as if we're in a situation, Mr. Utter, where I think that you're failing to follow through with your obligations and blaming other people for it, frankly. Okay. So we need to get to a point where you're following through with your obligations and your child is feeling comfortable having that visitation with you. I think, and I'll turn to Mr. Lawrence for some help on this because you know more resources than I. But I think reunification counseling does sound like a good idea. But I know I'm kind of jumping into this case a little late in the game. I don't know if that's something that's already been tried and didn't work. What's your thought?
Your Honor, we had discussed reunification counseling. Parker didn't want to participate in it initially. He later indicated that he would be willing to do that. There's a lot of issues with Mr. Utter being out of his life as long as he was, and now trying to come back in. And I think that Kaiser could certainly provide reunification counseling and involve Mr. Utter as well. I think that would be a good plan. But the parenting plan appears to be pretty straightforward, and I don't understand when they put it together why Mr. Utter didn't understand that he gets to see him on Saturdays from, I think it was 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. or whatever it was, but that was written into the plan, and therefore there's no need for any kind of permission to come and see your son. It's court ordered at this point. I don't understand that.
Your Honor,
Go ahead briefly.
this is not for me, my lack of trying. I too have phone records and text messages. This is not for lack of trying. This is strictly he didn't want to come over on those Wednesdays or Saturdays. I came to the courts. I want to. Why would I not want to now have a relationship with my son or not be there?
So let me ask Ms. Young, so we've got the temporary parenting plan, which does allow for that visitation with Mr. Utter. Are you asking for any temporary change to that? I think that my order today will be for reunification counseling, and then we'll review how that's going at our next date. But I don't know that it doesn't seem to me like this visitation schedule is working right now.
I think definitely get into counseling and kind of, I think Parker needs to be heard. So I don't know what this schedule wouldn't work. I don't think right now, I think it would be very forceful to Parker, if that makes.
Do you, as the custodial parent, I'll ask you this. What's your understanding as to Parker's comfort level with doing this visitation right now with Mr. Utter? Is that an issue for him?
Yes, he doesn't want to at all. And I don't, and like I said, I tried on 2 different Saturdays to have him meet up with Parker. I think counseling for all, or whoever needs to go, whatever the counselor, to try to get some help in this matter. Because I don't know what I feel like I'm being forceful. Parker, you got to see him, and Parker's, tried with me and no luck. So I think we need help. And
That's what I'm asking.
And this, so Mr. Utter and Parker haven't seen each other since August, is that right?
Yeah, and prior to that, it was, again, it's so sporadic. There's not a foundation here, I guess is the best way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Lawrence, I think I will do a bench order for reunification counseling. Do you have a recommendation for the court on what visitation should look like, if any, while we're going through reunification counseling?
Your Honor, usually when we go through reunification counseling, we leave that up to the counselor.
Okay.
The counselor will have an idea as to the status of the relationship and the comfort level of the parties, and can then make recommendations to both parents as to how to handle that, and whether to increase time, decrease time. Should it be video visits and telephone calls, or should it be in person? that the counselor really gets into the driver's seat at that point.
Okay. So I think I will craft an order to that effect. I appreciate that input. So at this time, we'll set a review date here in just a minute, but at this time I am going to order that the visitation as laid out in the August 23rd temporary parenting plan is on hold pending reunification counseling and further visitation in this interim period to be determined by that counselor.
Okay.
Okay.
And then that's through Miss Young's insurance and Parker's doctor through Kaiser. And so I'll just wait.
That is an excellent question that I don't have the answer to. Mr. Lawrence, do you know?
Well, my experience with Kaiser is oftentimes they balk when it's court ordered. And if they refuse to do it, I don't know if Mr. Utter's insurance would cover, but the firm that I think is the most competent in the area is that of Charlotte Rosen and Mary Patterson.
Okay.
They have at least 4 counselors that are capable of providing this type of counseling. So if Kaiser doesn't do it, then I would suggest they go to that group.
Is that in Longview?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's the same ones I've spoken to already, and they do take my insurance. That's
Okay.
what I've been trying to say from the get-go since we started this court hearing. And I've been trying to get them on insurance from the beginning.
Okay. So what I will do, I appreciate that further information, Mr. Lawrence. I'll craft that order. I'll leave it up to the parties if they want to try Kaiser first, or if they want to go directly to the other agency. How far out, I don't know how far out these individuals are booking for intakes on this type of thing. So I don't know if it makes sense to do a 30-day review, or if you think we might need a little bit longer than that.
Are you asking for my input?
Sorry, Mr. Lawrence. Yeah.
I would like to maybe see in 30 days where the status is as to which counseling agency and whether any kind of appointments have at least been scheduled.
Okay. So let's.
So is it my responsibility, Your Honor, or hers to do this? I'm sorry.
Well, I think it's a joint responsibility for a
I've
joint.
done this.
So you guys need to work together on this. That's part of the
That's
review
why we're here.
process.
We haven't been able to work together. That's why we're here.
Well, you gave me a joint proposed parenting plan that you both agreed to, and back on August 23rd, both of you said, we're fully on board with this and we're working
Absolutely.
together, and now here we are. What I'm telling you is you are both parents, you are both the adults in the room. Figure it out and get the counseling scheduled. I'm going to do the bench order and we'll be back on November 1st.
Your Honor, if I could,
Go ahead.
I would suggest that Ms. Young try Kaiser first. And if that doesn't work, then Mr. Utter then proceeds with Charlotte Rosen's group. That way there's no back and forth on this thing.
Yep.
Everybody has a clear understanding of what their role is going to be right now.
Ms. Young, are you willing to take that task on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Ms. Young will go first with Kaiser, and then you'll communicate with Mr. Utter. If Kaiser doesn't work out, then Mr. Utter, it's going to go to you to reach out to the private group.
I'll reach out, but there's nothing I can do without him on my insurance. I mean, we're in the same boat.
Okay, I can't solve that problem for you. So you have my ruling. We'll see you back on November 1st.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can we get the text app through the court at least? So there is proof of communications and everything.
Are you talking about Our Family Wizard?
I don't know the name of it, but if that's what you guys call it, yes.
It's not through the court. You both are free at any time in your lives to sign up for Our Family Wizard. It does not need to be court ordered. You just download the app and you sign up.
Okay, that's different what the last commissioner had told us, but okay.
All right, we'll see you back on November 1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both.
Let's take Utter and Young first, actually. I think that might, you never know, but I think that might be quicker. Do we have Stephen Utter present? I see Kirby Young. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do I have Stephen Utter present? This is 233-0004808. Not seeing Mr. Utter with us. Ms. Young or Mr. Lawrence, when we were last together, I had signed the order for reunification counseling. I did put on hold future visitation until we got some indication about where we were at with that, and I don't have any updates in the file anyway.
So Kaiser doesn't offer it. So Stephen, and he reached out on his own, and I guess he did an intake. And he had sent Keith and myself an email, I believe it was on 10/16, that he was just waiting for a call back. I haven't heard anything since then. It's just kind of hard to find a counselor.
Yeah.
That's correct, Your Honor. I did receive an email from Mr. Utter indicating he had reached out to the counseling group of Charlotte Rosen. And I have the ultimate amount of respect for Charlotte's work. And I thought that was a good idea, but I don't know if it's actually occurred yet.
Okay. And since he's not here, and because that's essentially what we're waiting on, my proposal would be just setting a new hearing date.
Okay.
Ms. Young, what would work for you?
Any time is fine. I don't know how.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly this stuff happens either. Mr. Lawrence, any suggestions on timing for the next review?
I would suggest maybe 2 weeks. That should give us enough time.
Okay. Ms. Young, you kind of cut out there. Sorry, I think your audio cut out, so I thought you were done, but I'm proposing Wednesday, November 15th.
Okay.
At 9 a.m.
Okay.
And if someone is in touch with Mr. Utter, if they could let him know, his presence would be mandated and appreciated.
I will get a hold of him, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see you back on November 15th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then do we have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young?
Yes.
Here, Your Honor.
Okay. And I believe we have Mr. Lawrence. Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Let me just get to that file. It's under 233-0004808. I have us on for review hearing. When we were here last on our court date of November 1st, Mr. Young was not present.
Mr. Utter wasn't.
Thank you. In the court notes, somehow it got listed as Stephen Young is non-appearing. So yes, Stephen Utter was non-appearing. We did briefly discuss the update with reunification counseling. It sounded like Mr. Utter, you had reached out to Charlotte Rosen. So essentially we took no action on November 1st because you weren't here. What can the parties tell me about status currently?
Well, I am unaware of a court date that I had missed. I have since had an appointment with Charlotte Rosen on the 9th. And I've reached out via email to Keith on that status. And also
Mr. Utter, can you turn on your camera when you talk to the court, please?
I can't. It doesn't work. It's broke.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll get it fixed for next time. I've signed ROIs, release of interest, for Keith Lawrence, for Kirby. I had an appointment with Patricia Anderson. Everything is good there. She is attempting to reach out to get Parker in there. It seems to be all systems go.
Okay. Let me turn it over to Ms. Young, your perspective.
I haven't heard any of this. The last update that I had was the email that he had sent Keith and I both, that he was just waiting. I also have an appointment for Parker. Me on the 22nd, it's a 30-minute intake, and then November 24th, 9 to 11 for Parker. So I don't know when I haven't had anybody reach out to me regarding appointments.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lawrence, go ahead with your perspective on this.
Well, as Mr. Utter indicated, he did reach out to me to let me know that he had made an attempt to get this set up. I have not heard anything since. I did not know that Patricia Anderson is apparently the counselor, so I will be making contact to see what the status is.
And is Patricia Anderson the one doing reunification counseling then?
Correct. With
Okay.
California Therapist Incorporated.
Okay. Gotcha. So it sounds to me like Mr. Lawrence, before making any recommendations to this court, and this court before making any decisions on parenting changes, if any, would want to see reunification counseling started and get their input. So my gut instinct says just to set you all out so we can get those records and make sense of it all. But Mr. Lawrence, do you have any other recommendations?
No, Your Honor. I'm not sure how often Mr. Utter and Parker meet with the counselor. When we come back again, I'd like to have 2 or 3 visits under their belt so that I can get some semblance of how this is going.
Okay. Mr. Utter, how often are you meeting?
Well, that will all determine on availability and openings that they have. Right now, she gave me, like I said, till the 29th is my next appointment. She was hoping she would be able to reach out to Kirby with anticipations that she wouldn't be able to get a hold of her, is why she put it out that many weeks. And then once she gets back with me, my appointment, she'll let me know if she's talked to Parker, Kirby, and Keith, and where we go from there.
Okay. Okay.
So I have a question. I haven't had anybody reach out to me, so I don't know. I've called them, but that was just me trying to set up an appointment. So what do I need to do? Because this is the first I've heard of him making an appointment.
Yeah, Mr. Utter, can you share that contact information with Ms. Young? And then when, Mr. Utter, when you have those appointments, make sure you're letting them know that Ms. Young is trying to get a hold of them.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And I know that they've been trying to get a hold of her. Like I said, I had to give them permission to reach out to her for one reason or another.
Okay, so what could be a good review date where we would have, let's say 2 to 3 sessions with you and Parker done?
Well, the whole thing was she didn't want us to meet together until she was able to meet with him. And so that portion will rely on her, because I don't have that kind of contact even when I reach out to her or him. I haven't been able to talk to him or anything. So.
Okay. So we're sitting here on November 15th and you're saying you don't know when they're going to meet?
No, you're right. I don't know. I know my appointment with them is the 29th. And then her, like I said, Patricia is reaching out to her, Kirby.
Okay. Well, I think to keep this thing on track, because it sounds like there's a lot of lack of communication or missed communication occurring somewhere, let's set a 30-day review for Wednesday, December 13th. And, if we don't have visits under our belt by that time, fine, but I just don't want this to languish too long if there's some simple communication piece that could keep it moving forward. Will that work for the parties?
Yes.
Yes.
And I also have another question of missed support payments that he's already missed for the month of October. He's supposed to be paying them weekly and that hasn't been happening.
Okay, if you could bring that, that's not in front of the court today. I wouldn't have any information to rule on that. If you
Okay.
wanted to bring a motion for contempt due to missed support payments, we could address it at a future docket. Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All
Any-
right.
Anything else on this matter? Otherwise, we'll see you back December 13th at 9.
Your Honor,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
can we get somewhere where I can get phone calls with him? All of a sudden, we took away the uncontested parenting plan that we had at one time. And then I've been reaching out to her, trying to get texting, telling him happy Halloween.
Oh, you're muted, Mr. Utter. You're muted,
Hello?
Yep, you're muted, Mr. Utter.
Okay, I'm sorry. I would just like to talk to him again. I haven't even been able to talk to him on the phone in some time.
Yeah, so this is why we wanted you to start eons ago with this reunification counseling. So that's what all of this is for. So we can revisit that on December 13th, but I need that reunification counseling to begin. Okay?
I guess eons ago,
Okay.
like
Sir,
we had
if that's your, is that, do you have any other questions for the court?
I guess not, if you're not going to allow me to talk to my son at all.
Okay, all right, we'll see you back on December 13th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That takes us to your other review case, I believe, Utter and Young, and I think they are both on, well,
I'm here.
is Mr. Utter present? Oh, there, Ainsley, you're under a different name. Okay.
Correct.
So this is 233-000-4808. Let me just open that digital file here quickly. So when we were together last on November 15th, we were still dealing with questions about reunification counseling, and I don't have anything new since that time. I know Mr. Utter had routinely been requesting a change in visitation, and my last ruling was I really wanted to see reunification counseling occurring. I again don't have any update on that, so let me start with Mr. Lawrence and then I'll come over to the parties.
Your Honor, I reached out to both of them yesterday to see how it was going. Ms. Young did return an email last night. And she indicated that the reunification counseling has started. The counselor has been meeting individually with the parties, and that Stevie is scheduled to have his first joint interview with Parker tomorrow. And so Parker has been somewhat resistive, according to Ms. Young, but hopefully this will improve as this counseling proceeds.
Okay. Let me go. Yep, go ahead, ma'am. Ms. Young, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say their first meeting is tomorrow at 4.
Okay. And Mr. Lawrence, you haven't received any documentation from the counselor about recommendations for visitation through this process yet or anything, have you?
No, I have not, Your Honor. And at this preliminary stage, I would expect to not have anything yet.
Okay. Mr. Utter, any updates you want to give the court?
No, that's really exciting news. I'm really grateful for that. I've met with Patricia twice now, and the last time I'd met with her, she had said that she wanted to meet with Parker, but didn't know if he was going to be willing or wanting to meet with the both of us yet. So just hearing Mr. Lawrence and Kirby saying that there's a scheduled visit tomorrow is huge. That's amazing.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you've been able to meet with the counselor, correct?
Correct, twice. Tomorrow will be my third visit. So it was scheduled for my third visit regardless if
Okay.
Parker wanted to or not. So this, like I said, this is just, I'm out of my skin. This is great.
Okay, great. That's really good news. My thought that I'm not going to take any action today until we get a little further along in this process and I have some input from the counselor to Mr. Lawrence and then Mr. Lawrence to the court. But Mr. Utter, I don't want you to get discouraged. This is just step by step. This is not any decision about what your entire future looks like. You guys are finally on the right track, I think. So just keep doing what you're doing.
I understand that, Your Honor. Can I ask about holidays though? I know, you just said we can't do anything different now, but being as I was able to have him last Christmas,
That's
was
not
hoping.
correct.
Well, so the difference and even if I were to assume last Christmas, there was some sort of different arrangement. What has happened since is this court back in October did specifically state that any visitation allowed in the temporary parenting plan was put on hold pending reunification counseling. So there has been a change, in reviewing your file from where you all were at perhaps last Christmas, if you did in fact have visitation. Ms. Young, are you asking the court to review holiday visitation, or what is your request at this time as you guys start this reunification process?
I think there needs to be input from the counselor at this time.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree with that. I think, Mr. Utter, what we need to do, and I believe me, understand your request and your position. I do want to just set a new review date for you all in the hopes that the counselor gives some input about what that should look like. Mr. Lawrence, what would be your thought about how far out we go with this?
I would suggest 30 to 45 days, Your Honor, to give it a good chance.
Yeah. I think that does make sense. Are you all doing, is there telephone visitation right now?
No, I haven't been able to talk. That was one thing I asked our last court date, and you had said not until you heard back from the unification counselor.
Ms. Young, and my order is what it is. There is no visitation right now while they're in reunification counseling. Is there any realm in which a phone call, on Christmas Day makes sense to you, or is that something you're just adamantly opposed to?
No, I can have Parker call him Christmas Day.
Mr. Utter, would that work for you?
Yes, Your Honor, anytime works for me that I get to talk to him, yes.
And what I'll say is, I think a Christmas Day phone call makes sense. I would want Ms. Young, you to be present for that, just to make sure that nothing goes off the rails and that's not a setback for the parties as they go through this process.
Okay.
But if you are comfortable with it, then I think that is a fine solution for the holidays.
Okay.
Okay. Let's set your review just to give this time so that we can actually take action rather than, I know Mr. Utter, it must be frustrating to come here and just, be told we need to wait, we need to wait, we need to wait. So
It's a roller coaster.
Yeah, I do understand. I think if we set this out, let's say to January 31st, that's 7 weeks. My hope is that we'll have some input by then. Will Wednesday, January 31st at 9 a.m. work for the parties?
Yes.
Yes.
And Mr. Lawrence, does that work for you?
Yes.
Okay. Does either party, are you requesting that I issue an order allowing the Christmas Day phone call, or do you think the two of you are fine with my oral ruling on that and can make that happen?
I think we can make that happen.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. Ms. Young, I appreciate your willingness on that. Anything else from the parties or Mr. Lawrence?
I don't think so.
No, ma'am.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. We will see you back January 31 at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thanks,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
All right. Best of luck.
Next, I have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young, cause 23-3-4808. And I see Mr. Lawrence is present, the guardian ad litem. And I'll ask if Stephen Utter is present. Stephen, are you here? Not hearing a response. And then Kirby Young, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome to you, Ms. Young. All right, and then again, just Stephen Utter, if you're on the line today, I can't hear you, so make sure you're unmuted and please state your name so that I know you're present. Stephen Utter. All right, not hearing a response. A review of the file at least informs me, and I'll share this with you all, and you can correct me if I'm off, or any additional information to help the case move forward. So it looks like there was a temporary parenting plan that was put in place back in August. There was a suspension of that. It was kind of put on hold, and the reunification counseling was started. That was kind of the report as of December 13th. And I was kind of the mind that I would see some type of input or hear some input related to the reunification counselor, how things are going.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Feel free to jump in. That's fine.
So we had our last counseling on December 21st. And then we were scheduled again January 8th. The night before, Mr. Utter had sent the counselor a text, I guess. I got a text at 10:30 on the 7th that he couldn't make it. So we went to January 22nd for the next one. And I got a text that morning at 7:30 that he wasn't able to make it to the 9 o'clock. I have reached out to Keith and the stress that it's causing for Parker. It's a lot of, I try not to let him know too many days in advance of when, I try to give him like 3 days of, hey, heads up counseling. And then these past 2 times of, not showing up. And I also reached out to the counselor to, kind of have her input on it. I haven't heard back her input or the next counseling. I reached out to her yesterday to try to figure out, is there any set days that, work for him? I also have to take time off of work. And they're only an hour long. I'm not happy with the consistency that he's showing already.
Thank you, Ms. Young. I appreciate that. Mr. Lawrence?
Your Honor, to refresh the court's memory, when Parker was born, Stevie was already, he was married to another woman. And that woman was highly mentally unstable and threatened to kill Kirby and Parker if Stevie showed any interest in Parker. So for 10 years, he maintained no contact with Parker. The whole reason that we're here was Stevie decided at some point that he wanted to reunite with Parker. And so we're here before the court trying to institute reconciliation counseling. But from Parker's standpoint, his father chose his wife over him, and then to at the last second cancel reconciliation counseling meetings only reinforces that rejection. And now for him to not even show up at the hearing today, I don't know what the motivation level is for Stevie at this point.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, Ms. Young, you indicated that the cancellation of the most recent appointment, the cancellation occurred the morning of January 22nd. And at this point, are there new appointment dates set, or is it still just up in the air?
So after talking to the counselor yesterday, she gave me, I think it was 3 different days, if they would work. And I was like, the first two I knew I could, take off of work. And so I told her, let's do those. And she goes, I guess those aren't going to work for him either. There's nothing scheduled as of yet. She's trying to figure out his schedule to be able to see if that works, for us, which I've been very accommodating of, trying to figure out times for him. It's really taken its toll, and I don't know. And when I reached out to Keith, I don't know what I'm supposed to do to make it better for Parker. I don't know.
Thank you. How many reunification sessions have occurred? Is it just the one that occurred on the 21st?
Two. Two. Yeah.
In what period of time?
It was a month, I want to say, because I think we came to court and he was going to his first one. Parker and Stevie were meeting, and then we did the 21st one.
Okay, so only two.
But yeah, so it was not, I don't know, couple weeks apart, I think they were.
All right. So at this point, all visitation is suspended. That suspension, it seems appropriate to continue until there's a greater showing of engagement with the reunification counseling. Mr. Lawrence, any concerns with that approach?
Not at all, Your Honor. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. I'm of the mind to maybe review it one more time, and if there's no active engagement with your reunification counseling, or if it's inconsistent, then certainly that's going to be viewed dimly as far as Mr. Utter's motivation and what he wants to accomplish, because we're dealing with the expectations and hopes of a child who I think is 11 or 12, and there needs to be that safeguarding of Parker. So let's see if there's discussion as far as dates coming up as far as reunification counseling. So it looks like there's about a 6-week period from the last hearing. Any objection if we were to set it out 6 weeks for the review to get an update to see if there's been a change with the consistency of the reunification counseling?
No, that's fine.
Mr. Lawrence?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Okay, let's set it over to March 13th. March 13th is a Wednesday at 9 a.m. We'll look forward to having an update from the reunification counselor. If the counseling has occurred, that would be fantastic. If I don't know if Mr. Lawrence, if you could reach out to the counselor and request that, or
Yeah, I can certainly do that, Your Honor.
okay, that would be appreciated, and then we'll have a little maybe more focused idea of how things are going or not. So, Ms. Young, any questions on your end?
I don't think so.
Okay, thanks for being here today, Mr. Lawrence. Any final items on your end?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your input today. We'll see everybody on March 13th for an update on that reunification counseling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young. I'll ask if Stephen Utter's on the line. Stephen Utter, if you're here, please unmute and state your name. Stephen Utter.
Yes, Your Honor, Stephen Utter.
Okay, welcome to you, sir. Kirby Young, are you on the line today?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to you, ma'am. And Mr. Lawrence is here as the guardian ad litem. So last time we were in court was January 31st. Mr. Utter wasn't here at that particular time. There's an indication that there hadn't been counseling sessions or had missed some. And there was a suspension of visitation until there's a greater showing of commitment to the reunification. I looked in the file yesterday and I didn't see any updates as to what's happening with that. So I'll turn to Mr. Lawrence to maybe lead out, and then I'll hear from the other parties.
Your Honor, I had a chance to speak with Patricia Anderson, who was providing the reconciliation counseling this past Monday. I also received an email from Kirby Young on this past Friday, and Ms. Young had indicated that from Parker's perspective, she feels that Parker is resistive to the reconciliation counseling and does not want to continue it. And she is implying that to force him to do this is only going to be detrimental. Ms. Anderson had indicated that she found that Parker was somewhat reluctant in the counseling, a lot of very short 1 and 2 word answers. But she didn't understand that Parker wanted to stop the counseling at this point. I know that Mr. Utter has tried to get some kind of a relationship going with his son. According to Ms. Anderson, Mr. Utter has made a comment that, you know, he doesn't want to force Parker into anything, and if he has to back away until Parker becomes an adult, then he would be willing to do that. Let him speak for himself on that. But at this point, I'm not quite ready to give up yet, Your Honor. Ms. Anderson and I have spoken, and they meet every other week. And so we thought if the court could postpone this another 60 days, that would provide for 3 more sessions. And if at that point things are not going anywhere, then we would be recommending to the court that the reconciliation counseling be terminated. And if there has been some movement, then we would ask it continue. So that's pretty much where we're at, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Utter, any input?
I concur with that. To more iterate on me stepping away, Patricia Anderson had told me it's better now. It's how did she put this? Instead of pushing away and never having a relationship with him, it's better to kind of stand off now in hopes, you know, he knows I'm here, he knows I'm willing, and I'm doing everything I can in hopes to have a relationship later. So I agree with that. I do think we've had minimal progress. The last time we were in there, we got some laughter out of him and stuff like that. He is very reluctant 1 and 2 word answers. But I agree with both Keith and her. I'm not ready to give up. There's something there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Young?
So my biggest concern is obviously Parker. And great that Stephen is now wanting, I mean, his track record with Parker, 10.5 years absent. He's missed numerous counseling appointments with Parker, and it is hard on Parker. I'm willing to, you know, try some more with this. It is a forced thing with Parker having to go. Nothing with Stephen has been consistent at all, even, you know, the counseling. And we're trying to, I feel it's me and Parker trying to accommodate his schedule. It was originally supposed to be on Mondays, and he did 3 no-shows to those appointments. And then when we seen you on the 31st of January, he's made it to the 2 appointments where I've had to take Parker out of school to make it to these appointments for Stephen's time. And I feel Parker and myself have went above and beyond to try to make this, you know, relationship. I also will be Parker's voice, and he doesn't want a relationship with Stephen. Again, willing to try. I don't know. I'm not very hopeful at this point, just with Stephen's track record of absolutely 0 follow through. Even trying, I don't know, I think it was last summer, we tried to come to an agreement with a parenting plan and presented it to the courts, and absolutely nothing changed. He couldn't even follow that. Even his support payments are never on time. It was supposed to be a scheduled day, you know, once a week or whatever. And those are never paid on time. I just don't want Parker hurt at the end of this due to his lack of. And again, I think Parker and myself have been more than fair to accommodate him.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Young. All right, I appreciate the update from each of the parties and the information from Ms. Anderson and Ms. Young and Mr. Utter and Mr. Lawrence. So I think it's premature to end the reunification counseling efforts, notwithstanding some of the past missteps or lack of consistency. It sounds like there's some, at least the last two counseling sessions have occurred. So we'll continue on with that path and see how things go. Obviously, children and parents are always children and parents, and I think a little extra effort is warranted in this situation. So we'll set the matter over for review on May 15th for the review to see how things are going. And we'll see everybody on May 15th, which is a Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning, if that works for everybody.
Yep, that works.
It works for me, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes,
Mr.
sir,
Utter?
that will work.
All right, very good. All right, I appreciate everybody's efforts. Good luck
Thank
to you all.
you.
We'll see you on the.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll go back to the Utter matter. We'll double check. Ms. Young, Kirby Young, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Thanks for your help in getting so we can hear you.
Yep.
So Mr. Lawrence, you're still on the line with us?
Yes, I am.
Great. Mr. Utter, are you here too?
Yes, sir. Okay.
Perfect. All right. So it looks like back at the last hearing, which was in March, middle of March, the indication that the child was not interested in participating or was highly reluctant to participate in a reunification. There's an indication we'd give it 60 days, see if there's any improvement. So I'll hear from Mr. Lawrence.
I have reached out to both the parties and they have not responded to me, so I don't know if there's been any progress at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Utter?
Yeah, since then we've had a couple reunification counseling appointments. And unforeseen circumstances, whether it's between myself one time wasn't able to make one, with Kirby wasn't able to make one, and then with Patricia has broken her arm and has had to reschedule the last couple visits, so we haven't had those. But we were pretty much at the same place with Parker, not getting much out of him. Little bits of progress here and there.
Okay, and when you said Patricia, that's in reference to the counselor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Young, any input you'd want to share?
Yeah, so we've done, I believe, one since our last court hearing, and Parker still doesn't want to do it. I've told him he's got to do, a few more to see how it goes. And again, yes, the counselor has canceled the last couple, and I don't know if we've been doing them once every 2 weeks.
Okay. Is there an appointment currently scheduled?
So it isn't for that
Yeah.
time? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, but oh my God, is that?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. I don't have any.
No. She was supposed to reach out. Because she's doing
Surgery.
a surgery. So she was supposed to reach out to us when she could continue the Tuesdays at 9 a.m.
You're muted, Your Honor.
I can't hear anything.
I'm not muted. I didn't touch anything.
There you are.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So just any additional feedback from either of you that.
I think we're just kind of waiting on the counselor to tell us when our next appointment would be.
Sure. Mr. Utter, anything final?
No, nothing final. Absolutely not final. But yeah, I agree with Kirby. Just kind of waiting for her to proceed. And like I said, there's flashes of something with Parker. But at the same time, he's very reluctant. So I wish to just continue the way we are, and hopefully we can break through here.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. So I think what I'd like to do is continue the matter to July 24th. That's a Wednesday, July 24th at 9 a.m. that hopefully that'll give additional time. There's been some intervening forces, a broken arm and some difficulty with scheduling that really have prevented any meaningful opportunity for any potential progress. So I'd like to give those reunification counseling appointments an opportunity to take root. And if they do, we can come back and we can discuss it. If they don't, we can come back and discuss it. So that's what the court's looking forward. And I'm not sure if the parties have signed releases of information so that Mr. Lawrence can get that information. If you haven't, then they have.
Your Honor, I've spoken to Patricia in the past.
Okay, perfect. Great. That'll allow hopefully an update for July 24th. And just confirming that that date works for everybody, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Utter, or pardon me, Mr. Utter?
No worries. Yeah, July 24th is fine.
Perfect. Ms. Young?
Yep.
Great. We'll see everybody then. Thanks for your attendance today and input.
Thank you.
Stephen Utter and Kirby Young.
Here, Your Honor.
I'm here.
Good morning.
Lawrence, the guardian ad litem is here as well.
So this is one that I tried to determine why this was on today. I didn't see a motion for today. So maybe.
Your Honor, I can clarify if the court is ready.
Sure.
We have been trying to establish reunification counseling between the child Parker and his father, Stevie Utter. This has been going on for many months, close to a year. At the last hearing, Parker was balking at the reunification counseling, didn't want to do it. And I was not ready to give up on the matter, and neither was Judge Evans. And so we scheduled a hearing today to review how the reunification counseling has gone. I contacted both Kirby and Stevie yesterday. Both have indicated that there have been no further sessions since the last hearing. And Parker is still objecting to doing the reunification counseling. So at this point, I'm willing to drop that.
Okay. Where does that put us on this case? As there were several, again, I don't have again a motion filed. I'm not sure exactly. Looking back in October. Looks like there was a bench order signed by Commissioner Kirby. So maybe you can bring me up to speed on what Judge Evans has been doing on this case. I didn't see, again, there's no motion filed for today, so I'm not really prepared to address an issue unless there's something that is before the court. That's what I was trying to understand.
Your Honor, I don't know if anybody has been in contact with the reunification counselor herself. Last time I talked to her, she'd only talked to the Keith one time. And that was prior to our last court hearing. So I don't know if there's been any current communication with her.
I have not contacted her directly, Your Honor. I did speak with both of the parties yesterday, and there's been no sessions scheduled, or maybe they've been scheduled, but there's been no sessions that have occurred since our last hearing.
There have been several scheduled. She was available every Tuesday since our last hearing, but they've been canceled for various reasons on all parties' parts. I don't think we should give up, nor does the counselor, but that's my part.
Okay. The last note indicated that, again, I guess I was trying to determine what this was on for today. It looks like there were some cancellations by the provider previously, and there was a waiting for the provider to reach out. So has that been done? Has the provider scheduled some things? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, she has.
Okay.
This has been, I think the counseling itself has been almost going on for a year. And I would say there's been maybe 5 visits, maybe. And it's just, this whole thing's been going on for probably close to a year and a half now. There's just been no moving forward. Parker's expressed to the counselor and to Stevie that he does not want to do this. I don't know what more as his mom that I can do. I feel that this has ran its course and he doesn't want to do it. He's 12 years old and Stevie has been absent for 10 years of his life. I don't know what more as his mom I can do.
Well, that's why we're here, Your Honor, so that we can have help from the courts, hopefully, and accountability when cancellations happen. I realize there's emergency situations, but they've been over beyond. The reunification counselor has suggested personal counseling for Parker that the courts had, I believe, agreed with. I don't know where we are with that. Parker has gotten any individual counseling or not on the situation. Today, as every day, just need some help from the courts here because we're stagnant. We're not going anywhere. Yes, it's been a year. Everything was good before we came to the courts until it wasn't. And that's why we came to the courts for this help. And again, we're nowhere.
Well, Mr. Lawrence, I'm looking back through the file here. I mean, I see there's a parenting was entered at August 23rd of last year, which looks to be fairly standard.
We did that ourselves
Together, yes, correct.
and that did not work out at all. And
They
so
never got the chance, Your Honor.
came back to court to do the reunification counseling. There was no prior relationship with Stephen and Parker. So
Okay, well, Mr. Lawrence, I guess what I've got right now is I've got a parenting plan filed August 23rd. That's the only order that I see. Well, I guess there is another order, and I don't know how that other order got put into place because there's no motion modifying the parenting plan. So I've got a bench order filed October 4th. That
And it's not put in place.
know that they paused the parenting plan or whatever till further notice.
Well, if nothing else, is it time to enforce that so we can actually move forward?
You can't enforce a parenting plan when Parker doesn't know you. That's just cruel.
If I could have it, I did need to be stopped for a minute. I mean, you've got a current order, you've got a second order, which was filed in October. I don't know how the October order was entered because there was no motion modifying the parenting plan. And I don't know, Mr. Lawrence, I saw you had a report that you filed sometime ago.
I did, Your Honor, yes.
So I maybe at this point, if we could get an updated recommendation from the Guardian, but at this point, I mean, there's a parenting plan that's in the file. There is an order placing that on hold. So that's where we're at, as far as I can tell. I don't know the basis of that order because I don't have anything in the file that tells me why we're here today.
I think we were just here for a review of how the reunification counseling was going. And obviously it has done nothing since the last hearing.
There's no accountability. It will continue to be canceled if we continue to do this unless there's accountability from the courts.
Well, do we have any kind of report from the reunification counselor? Because I have the order on October 4th says future visits will be guided by input from reunification counseling after review. You know, I don't have anything in the court file after that.
He's not provided anything, Your Honor.
She hasn't been contacted but one time. She's been waiting to get contacted. I've communicated with her on this.
Okay, so I'm a bit of a loss here. I mean, you have an order that says there's going to be some reunification counseling entered in October, but it doesn't have any specifics on it. So, Mr. Lawrence, I think what I'm going to ask you, if you could do this, if you could reach out to the reunification counselor, get some guidance as to what they think is appropriate. And then we can set this out a couple of weeks and we can get a recommendation from the guardian ad litem as to how to proceed on getting that to move forward, then we can address it.
Okay.
And I apologize, I'm just at a loss. I haven't been following this case and I don't have any guidance as to even why this is, why we're having issues, so. So how much time would you need for that, Mr. Lawrence?
Probably 2 weeks, Your Honor.
Okay, let's put it back on for the 7th, and with the guidance that Mr. Lawrence will reach out to the reunification counselor, see if we can get a recommendation for a specific plan that we can put into an order and then have the parties follow that, because what appears to me is there's really no court guidance as to what they're supposed to be doing, which is why nothing's happening.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
All
you,
right.
Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young, cause number 233-4808. Mr. Utter, are you on the line today?
Your Honor, my name is Amber Comer. Stephen messaged Keith Lawrence, our guardian ad litem. He got called into an emergency or a work class that he could not get out of. So he is unable to attend today. I'm here. I'm his living girlfriend. So I wanted to let you know, just so that he wasn't skipping out or anything. We tried to notify Mr. Lawrence about it.
Okay, so you indicated that you're the significant other of Mr. Utter, and Mr. Utter was called away to work and he's not able to participate today, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Mr. Lawrence, did you hear from Mr. Utter?
Yes, I had an email that came in yesterday that represented what she just told the court.
Okay. So let me just hear from the parties that are present. Ms. Young, you can hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So with Mr. Lawrence present, Ms. Young present, we're here to talk about the reunification counseling since July 24th to see what's happened. Hearing from Mr. Utter, I think would be important to know what's his vantage point is. So I'm inclined to set it over 1 week so he can be present. Mr. Lawrence, do you have any thoughts on that? And then Ms. Young.
I have no objections, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Young.
That is fine.
Okay, let's do that. We'll note his failure to appear. And I missed the name of Mr. Utter's significant other.
My name is Amber Comer.
All right, I appreciate you letting us know kind of the situation. And if you could share that information with Mr. Utter, we'll continue the matter 1 week to the 14th of August at 9 a.m. to address.
Can I ask one quick thing? Mr. Utter is in a class. It's called a diversity training, and he's updating his insurances and such. And he's been asking for basically this entire time for Parker's social security information so we can add him to life and benefits.
Yeah, that's something that we're not going to address in open court.
Okay.
There's a lot of other people that can be addressed offline.
That's fine. Okay, I had to ask. Thank you.
All right, we'll see everybody then next week. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Lawrence and Ms. Young.
Thank you.
Next, I have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young, 23-348-08.
Here, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Utter. Ms. Young? Is Kirby Young on the line? Not hearing a response, but I see that Ms. Young is on the Zoom call. Mr. Lawrence, I believe he's on the line. Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you. And then Kirby Young, if you're on the line, please unmute and let me know you're present. All right. No, Ms. Young is on the call, but I'm not, looks like she's may have stepped away. Her phone or her indication is that she's muted and her video is off. Let me call one matter and we'll come back to that. Hopefully she'll be back at that time. I don't know if anybody has any contact with her, maybe give a quick call. We'll come back to this after this brief case.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Stephen Utter and Kirby Young. 23-348-08. Mr. Utter, are you on the line?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, great. Kirby Young, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
All right, very good. And Mr. Lawrence is present. Thank you. So we're here on an update related to the reunification counseling. I have notes from each of the hearings going back to the October 2023 order related to reunification counseling for the father and the son. And then a January 31st review of this year, suspending visitation until a greater showing of counseling, reunification counseling to be reviewed on the 13th of March. The indication was that the son was not super excited about continuing the counseling. He was reluctant, but efforts were to be continued regarding the counseling for reunification. A review is set for May 15th. On May 15th, there were some appointments, but not a lot of progress. The counselor had canceled a few appointments, and then a review is set for July 24th, where no reunification counseling had occurred since the last hearing on May 15th. And that indication from Mr. Utter was that he had scheduled those appointments, but they had been canceled for a variety of reasons. So that's a little bit of kind of a thumbnail sketch of the backdrop. So I'll hear from Mr. Lawrence if you have any updated information.
Yes, Your Honor. I had a chance to speak with Patricia Anderson yesterday. She indicated that the last session that Parker and Stevie attended was on April the 16th of this year. So there have been no further visits in the last 4 months. There were appointments that were scheduled, but they were either canceled by Ms. Young or Mr. Utter. There was one that was canceled by Ms. Anderson herself. She had a medical issue, but the appointments keep being canceled at the last minute. Ms. Anderson indicated that the counseling wasn't having some effect when it was going on a regular basis. And Parker was starting to engage with Stevie, but now we have a situation where both of the parties, for whatever reason, can't seem to commit to having a regular session. And at this point, Ms. Anderson feels that it's actually becoming detrimental to Parker to have these scheduled and then have them canceled again. And she recommended to me that the court just simply drop the requirement. And then if at some point in the future, Mr. Utter and Ms. Young can commit to some type of a schedule, then they start it all over again.
Any input, Mr. Lawrence? Thank you for that. Any input from the counselor regarding if the court were to set a date and that no parties are able to change or diverge from that particular date?
Are you asking me, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to them. So
no.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah. I'm just curious. It sounds like, the scheduling and, the concerns for commitment and the cancellations, if the court ordered that the you know, based on the counselor's schedule, that if they occur, you know, every week at, you know, for 2 hours or whatever the counselor is available on a weekly basis, if the court sets that, was there any discussion related to that with the counselor?
No, we didn't talk about basically forcing the issue on this.
And
Your
is
Honor.
is there a I'll get to you in a minute. Is there a recognition from the counselor that it would be beneficial for the child to have this on an ongoing basis? Because kind of that's the underlying basis of the order, is that there's to be this effort
Right.
made.
Yeah, she did, and there was progress that was actually being made when the counseling sessions were attended. But then it seems like every session after that, there was somebody had some kind of a conflict and canceled them out.
Okay. Thanks. Let me check with Mr. Utter. Mr. Utter, there's indication that there may be some I'll call it commitment issues on both sides as far as making this happening. Can you give me an idea of what your vantage point is related to that commitment and making these reunification counselings a priority, basically over everything else?
Well, your question to Mr. Lawrence was exactly my question the last time I was with you, or somebody was in your place actually, was that there be a court appointed time accountability held if it is missed or somebody can't commit or last second cancellations. I've been guilty of that because of work related issues. I had to miss last week because I flew in diversity training from LA and it was the only day that I could do it. Otherwise I couldn't work. So there is those times, and I understand those times that kind of just pop up.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yes, sir.
So there's a sense, and I don't know if it's accurate or not, there's a sense that the reunification counseling has a lower priority than work commitments. So if that allegation is accurate, then I would not be setting a specific date or requiring specific dates that it happen on specific dates. If we're going to do this reunification counseling, the parties are going to do it. But if there's not a commitment to forego other priorities, then this has in the minds of the parties, this has a lower priority than other things. And if that's the case, then I'm not going to order it. So do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, Your Honor, I believe that is an inaccurate statement that you've made there. Parker is number one priority. If I don't have a job, I can't provide for anybody.
Would you have been let go? Would you have been fired from your job if you said, I have to have this reunification counseling with my child? It's really important. And if I don't do it now, I may not get another chance to do it.
No, Your Honor, I'm not referring to the reunification when I speak on that. I was referring to our last week's court appearance that I missed. Oh. That is when I could have potentially been fired for not taking the diversity training or not been able to attend work until I was able to reschedule or fly. Like I said, they came from LA to fly for these classes. As far as reunification, we had it scheduled every Tuesday at 9 a.m. And that was a commitment. Patricia was willing to open up pretty much anything we wanted, anytime we wanted. And we had agreed to Tuesdays at 9 a.m.
So if the court were to order that, would you be able to make that a priority and make every single reunification counseling without fail, barring a medical emergency?
Yes, please, Your Honor, that would be great. I can make that.
Ms. Young?
Well, there's a few concerns here. Yes, with the counseling, those are not attended. The last one was in April. They have been canceled by both of us. I've canceled twice, and I have notes of the times that I've canceled due to other children being sick. Every time Stephen has canceled, it has been because of work. This has taken a huge toll on Parker. The time he canceled in May, Parker and I were actually driving to counseling, and I chose to not call and reschedule,
when Stephen texted me that he couldn't make it, I let the counselor know. I chose not to call to reschedule. Didn't hear anything from the counselor till July when he had reached out to her. Usually it was me trying to, okay, can we do Tuesday at, 9 again? And, yes, and then she would text me in the morning at 7 a.m. Oh, he can't make it. It's taken a huge toll on Parker, and I've seen the toll. I've reached out to Keith about it affecting him. I've reached out to the counselor that it's affected him. This is almost a year, and great, there was a little bit of progress, but then now there's all this now negative yet again. There was no prior relationship with Stephen or Parker for 10 years, and this has just been a constant letdown. Even his court-ordered support that he's supposed to pay, he's now in the rear with that. It's just, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it, or, what I could do to help Parker. I mean, I don't know.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Mr. Lawrence, any additional feedback?
No, Your Honor, I think you have the picture well in hand now as to where we're at.
Okay.
Your Honor.
Mr. Utter, go ahead.
I really don't want to go back and forth here, so I'll just make it short. I too have the same text messages from Patricia Anderson. At one time canceled on my way there, and she said I can still come just individually on my own at that point. Before I received that message, I'd already turned around and went back to work. So there is a lot of pointing fingers here. It is going back and forth. And that's why we came here to begin with, was to get the helps of the courts. And we do appreciate everything the courts have done, and are hoping that the courts will continue to facilitate this and push it further in whatever direction that is.
Okay. So this is going to be the last opportunity for this reunification counseling to occur. And I'm going to require that neither party is permitted to cancel the reunification counseling for any reason, barring a verified life-threatening medical emergency. In other words, this takes priority over everything else, including work commitments, including family commitments, everything, other than a verifiable life-threatening medical emergency that absolutely prevents the reunification counseling from occurring. I'm also cognizant I can't control Ms. Anderson and her schedule. If she needs to cancel, then she cancels. That's hard for me to control, and I'm not going to. But here, that's going to be the court's order, is that, and I can't remember who is setting up the appointments, but the appointments need to be set up. They need to be set up for a set time moving forward. If it can't be every day at the same day of every week at the same time, then there'll be a set schedule by Ms. Anderson just charting what those dates and times are going to be. And neither party is permitted under any circumstances, barring a life-threatening verifiable medical emergency. Those counseling sessions will occur. And if any party misses them, then that'll be brought before the court, and we can address that under a contempt type motion. The parties will attend and the child will attend. And if the parties choose not to, or there's a cancellation, then we will take a look at just ending things.
Very well.
Any questions about how to proceed?
No.
I'll reach out to said reunification counselor and reschedule that, or there's no crosstalk.
If you would reach out to Ms. Anderson, get some proposed schedule from her, let her know the court's ruling, and then provide those dates to Ms. Young.
Very well.
I'll reach out to her also.
That sounds great. I'm just going to write a brief bench order that indicates the court's ruling today, because I want that to be crystal clear. The order that I summarized from today's hearing is that both parties are absolutely prohibited from canceling reunification counseling appointments with father and son for any reason except for verifiable life-threatening medical emergency. Any deviation from this court or from this order will be treated under the court's power of contempt. So I'll sign that. If the parties have any questions, you can get a copy of that order. Otherwise, I hope that the expectation of the court is clear that these reunification counselings will occur. There will be no cancellations from either party, and that we'll see how things go. Any questions from any of the parties?
When will we come back to check on everything? As far as the counseling and stuff with you, when do we?
I'm loath to set a date. I want it, if the counseling happens, it happens. And then either party can note it up if there's any concerns.
Okay.
Mr. Lawrence, do you find that there'd be value in adding a review date as suggested by Ms. Young?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see if it happens. And if it happens, then the parties can note it up for a review.
Okay.
I expect it will happen, as that is the court's order, and the reunification counseling will occur without any cancellations. It takes top priority over everything else. Thanks.
Your Honor.
Did you have a question, Mr. Utter?
Yeah, my question was the temporary parenting plan was put on hold until this reunification. So as Ms. Young asked about a later date, I guess I'm a little confused. Do we then come back to the courts and request for a date later after some appointments?
That's one there has to be some reunification counseling sessions occur, and then if either party feels that it would be appropriate to review those reunification counseling in relation to parenting plans or parenting plan, then you could note it up for a hearing on that and ask for whatever relief you're asking for.
Okay, so as of now, there's no further court dates.
Correct.
For us to attend.
Yep.
Okay.
So the ball is passed to the parties to make this happen. And then if there's any adjustments to any parenting plan, then the parties would need to bring that forward.
Very well.
All right. Thank you. Next, we have Stephen Utter and Kirby Young, 233-00048-08. I will ask if Stephen Utter is on the line.
I am here, Your Honor. Good morning.
Okay. Welcome to you, Mr. Utter. And Mr. Utter, would you mind turning on your camera, please?
I don't have that option, sir.
Are you using, what type of device are you using?
I have a laptop, but it doesn't, the camera's broke. We can get it.
Okay. All right. And then we have Mr. Zandy here representing Kirby Young. So Mr. Zandy, can you hear me okay?
I can, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. And Ms. Young is here also. I see that she's present. Let me just pull up my notes for today. This is Mr. Utter. I see Mr. Utter's camera is now working. Thank you, Mr. Utter. We're here today for his motion for contempt related to the August 14, 2024 order related to unification counseling. I've read the pleadings from the party, so I'll hear first from you, Mr. Utter, what your position is, and then we'll hear from Mr. Zandy what the response is.
Okay. So our last court date, we didn't set any more court dates. The deal was there was a lot of cancellations on all parties for the reunification counseling. So you had said that we will no longer, there will be no cancellation short of a medical life-threatening deal. That day I called the reunification counselor to set something up. Miss Young had already done so. Set up dates, got those dates, reached out to me. I got an email saying those dates with Mr. Lawrence CC'd in those as well. I agreed to all of them. They were all pending, and then get a call from Kirby, or I'm sorry, there was the first date was canceled from the counselor. The second date was canceled from Kirby, saying she wanted to get attorney. Well, that's fine. We came to another date. She had canceled again. I had decided to go anyway, at which time I sat with the reunification counselor and we text messaged Kirby in a group message to try to get the counselor to act as a mediator between us. Maybe we could sit down to figure out what's going on and what to do. Kirby refused. That puts us here today.
So is the two dates September 6th and September 27th
Correct.
that were scheduled but didn't happen?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
The
Mr.
6th
Andy?
is the date I went in with her. I'm sorry.
Well, the 6th was the date that you went with.
That I went to the counseling appointment even without Parker, just by myself.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Zandy?
And thank you, Your Honor. As you're aware, I do represent Kirby Young in this case. And as you're also aware, I'm brand new to it. So I was retained late, put in my notice of appearance, spoke with my client, got some information about kind of the history of this, spoke with Mr. Lawrence, and tried my best to digest the file in a short period of time. And after listening to Mr. Utter's comments, that fills in a few of the gaps for me that I have, because it's somewhat convoluted to get to this point. I don't see any parenting plans in the file. I see a very specific order from you from August 14th that states neither party is to cancel, that reunification counseling needs to occur. And I'm paraphrasing, absent, I think, a life-threatening medical emergency. My client was at that hearing, heard those sentiments from the court, came to my office. We did eventually speak. In referring to and looking through the file, what I see is, prior to your order on August 14th, some information that is somewhat ambiguous and unclear to me. What I looked at in the motion from Mr. Utter, again, was somewhat ambiguous and unclear to me as well. He cites two dates, one being September 6th, one being September 27th, I believe, that it did not occur. This other information, again, is new. It's not contained in the pleadings. I don't know that we can really consider it, as my client did not get a chance to respond to it. Given I have not been part of this case for more than a week or so, I don't know the history of that. So I would just ask you to not consider anything that is not part of the pleadings or it constitutes hearsay, which would be any communications between Mr. Utter and the parties with the Ms. Anderson, who is the reunification counselor. So that's first and foremost. Second of all, and again, looking through things, I see that this is a case that's been pending for some time. It's a case for reunification counseling was entered about a little over a year ago, in which, by my count, Mr. Utter has missed upwards of about 15 appointments with the reunification counselor. My client, in the meantime, has, and again, we're talking about a child here who has real emotion, a child who is susceptible now to having basically a stranger, because that's what Mr. Utter is to this child. After 10 years of his life, come in and say, oh, by the way, now I want to seek a relationship with you, only on 15 separate occasions to blow that off. On several of those occasions, my client was literally in the car with the child, going to the counseling session, and is told at the very last minute she's getting ready to exit the vehicle that Mr. Utter is not there, not going to attend for one reason or the other. Specifically, and usually related to some kind of a work excuse. I do know, and this is confirmed, I believe, from Mr. Lawrence and my client, that at one of the prior hearings, I believe it was, Your Honor, asked Mr. Utter if he was serious about the visitation, and asked him point blank what the priorities were related to work and the relationship with his child. So if we're looking at a contempt, it's a willful and intentional violation of a court order, and the parties have to come before the court with clean hands. I think from a jumping off point, you don't have the clean hands element here, given the fact that so many visits have been missed by Mr. Utter over a short period of time. Now, that's over one missed visit per month since the reunification counseling was considered by this court about a year ago. So that's first and foremost. Secondary to that, we have the issue of what was the intent, again, of my client. This is one where, and this is where a parenting plan in effect would be very beneficial. I can say that I'm in the process of drafting that now and coming back on a motion to try to fill in a lot of the holes that kind of, as I see, exist on this. And we do need some input related to some of the past issues of Mr. Utter. that my client has expressed that are not articulated in the order. My client reaches out to my office around the time, I believe prior to the hearing in August, tries to set up an appointment. My schedule was so that it was booked out about approximately 2 months. After the hearing on the 14th, she calls again. We found a way to get her in a little bit earlier, albeit late September, to which she comes in. We talk about the issues, go through the orders as best as we can. In that period of time, there was one alleged visit for Mr. Utter. That was September 6th. My client, after court, we've given you the information that she provides to Ms. Anderson, stating that she has an appointment with an attorney. I would like some legal counsel about what's expected, what needs to happen. She did that. Ms. Anderson, as you can see, was very receptive to that. Ms. Anderson, my understanding is, has noticed a lot of the issues related to the attendance. Obviously, Your Honor did back in August when you issued that very explicit order as well. Wanted to talk to me, wanted input. We have that, and here we are. The visit as far as September 27th goes, my understanding is that was canceled by the counselor. I'm on board now. I'm certainly, I think I'm in a position where I can give some assistance to hopefully effectuate and make this a lot clearer, not only for these parties, but to give hopefully a little bit of stability to this child and what's expected by expectations. Get some information to the GAL that I think is going to be very pertinent moving forward. But the fact of the matter is, I think it goes back to that clean hands and the motives of the parties. You got somebody who files a contempt alleging the violation of the order. Again, the same individual who's missed at least 15 prior and canceled 15 prior times with his child. So to come forward and say, well, that was an absolute necessary appointment on the 6th. And my client disputes that too, by the way. That was an appointment that absolutely had to happen on the 6th, didn't happen, and it somehow impacted his relationship. Again, I think is highly misplaced given the history of this. With very little knowledge, with very little experience in this particular matter, there are some problems. There are a lot of holes that need to be filled in. My client has provided for this child emotionally. Now, my client has picked up the pieces for this child on the 15 missed visits between him and dad. You can see that this child is struggling in the visits. This child is reluctant to go to counseling. And my client is then forced to put him in a position to look forward to the visits, make the most of those visits, transport him to the visits, get him emotionally ready for those visits. And on 15 prior occasions, dad cancels. And again, just doesn't cancel, but does it at the last possible minute. And again, that is somewhat reprehensible. Then to turn around and say, okay, well, you missed a visit that may have been canceled by the council. We don't have any information on that. And therefore, I'm going to haul you back into court for that. The court orders need to be followed. I certainly would submit to that. Both parties need to follow the court orders. But again, if we look at the history of this, we look at what's transpired over the past 13 months, there's a lot of concerns. Now, we are asking that you not enter a finding of contempt, that we proceed as we need to, that we get the full information to the court as I plan to do shortly, and that we let the system, with reunification counseling, hopefully work. I would agree with Your Honor. I would agree with this court wholeheartedly. If we're going to do it, we need to do it. If it's going to be sporadic, and people are not going to show up, people are not going to attend visits, it's not going to do any good for this child. It's only going to cause him more emotional turmoil, and we can't have that either. That's where I stand. We are asking that you deny the motion in its entirety. And again, looking forward to that motion that I will be filing here to get things hopefully on track for both these, for my client and this child alike.
Thank you, Mr. Zandy. Mr. Lawrence, do you have any input, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. I fully appreciate Mr. Zandy is just coming into this case. However, to quote Yogi Berra, this is deja vu all over again. His arguments were exactly what we had considered at the last hearing. And the court made it extremely clear that short of a medical emergency, the parties were to participate in the reunification counseling. It appears that Ms. Young canceled in order to try to talk to an attorney. She had no medical emergency. I thought that the court was quite clear on that matter. We've been dealing with this for over a year, and it's been very frustrating. And my interpretation of the court's order was that the court wanted this to occur with no excuses, short of something very dire. And here we are again. And so I can appreciate Mr. Zandi's arguments, but I think that those were the same arguments the court considered at the last hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. All right, so the order from August 14th, 2024 reads incomplete. It reads, both parties are absolutely prohibited from canceling reunification counseling appointments with father and son for any reason except for verifiable life-threatening medical emergencies. Any deviation from this order will be treated under the court's power of contempt. I don't know how much more clear you can get. If the child has a broken arm, that is not a verifiable life-threatening emergency. Does it evoke feelings of compassion and concern? Absolutely. Would it be somewhat unreasonable for that reunification counseling to occur if a child had a broken arm? Yes. What does the court order say? Child's there. That's the degree to which we have come to as of August 14th, 2024. With Ms. Young's, I don't disagree with Mr. Zandi that Mr. Utter has had misses with the cancellations and that maybe his hands were dirty at that time. But as of August 14th, he had cleaned his hands. He had used soap, he had used water, his hands were dry, and he was moving forward. Ms. Kirby, but for her actions of contacting Ms. Anderson and saying, hey, I'm going to get an attorney on board and I want to check my legal advice and see what they say, that was a direct attack on that court order. Mr. Utter's not asking for jail time. Fortunate for Ms. Kirby Young. Because if he would have asked, I would have granted it. Ms. Young?
Yes.
He's on board and you'll have opportunity to consult further with him. The order is not vague. It is clear. You shall make sure that that child is at all the reunification counseling sessions, and you are not to cancel it in any way, shape, form, or influence. I'm finding contempt. It's an easy finding.
One thing that I would like to
And I'm
say.
not inviting you to speak, Ms. Young.
Okay.
I encourage you to speak with your attorney. And I'll just state this again. If Mr. Utter had asked for incarceration, I would have granted it. Follow the order, Ms. Young. $100 of civil sanction is imposed. I've signed the order.
And Judge, I don't know that I got a copy of that order. Is it just the standard contempt? Is there purge conditions contained in therein?
Yeah, it's the contempt hearing order. The nomenclature on the bottom is FL All Family 167, the mandatory form. So it's the one that has the box on the front where it says summarize any money summary judgment, and then it goes on to the court fines, and it says a bunch of things that don't apply. And then restraining order, the box number, paragraph 5 is checked as an other order, reunification counseling. It says that Kirby Young did not obey the order on August 12th or August 14th, 2014. And that Steve and Parker are to do reunification counseling. That's what it says.
So it pretty much just reiterates what's already there under the purge, specifically the purge condition. Is there anything listed on that? And does the court want to include any provisions in the purge section of that order?
Paragraph 11 addresses the purge. Mr. Utter wrote the following language. The purge can be corrected, or the contempt can be purged if Kirby Young does the following: bring Parker to counseling or moves forward with already agreed upon parenting plan.
Can you strike the agreed upon parenting plan? I'm not sure there is one of those. The rest of it sounds fine to me.
Okay. Mr. Utter,
in your honor.
Say again, Mr. Utter.
There is a parenting plan that Kirby and I filled out together, went to the clerk's office together, filed together, and you guys have it.
And they dismissed that.
Well, hang on, Kirby, don't say anything. I'm not aware of there being any stipulations or anything, but again, I'll look into that, but I don't think that belongs in the contempt order.
Yeah, and let me just make sure with Mr. Utter, I'm doing a keyword search under the case file for parenting plan. And when I hit go, there's a temporary parenting plan from the most recent is August of 2023. So any agreed upon order between the parties has not yet been submitted or recorded with the court.
Okay.
So then the request by Mr. Zandy on paragraph 11 of the contempt order is that it would read Kirby Young brings Parker to counseling without fail, and then I would strike it, or moves forward with already agreed upon parenting. So I'd just strike that second provision where it says or moves forward with the already agreed upon parenting plan. So I think that's appropriate. So I'll strike that language there.
Very well. Thank you.
And then I'm just adding to the order. It says Kirby Young does the following: bring Parker to counseling without fail.
Now, Your Honor, should I make those appointments or should Kirby make the new appointments, or how do we move from here?
You make them. Get this thing going.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then we're not going to set a review, but if there's a miss, Mr. Utter, I want to know about it quickly. And you may have to do what's called a motion to shorten time. So if there's a miss, I want to see that quickly. I don't want things to get out of hand or time to pass. But right now, I'm not setting a particular review. I'm signed off on the order. Thank you.
Your Honor, is there, this may be an appropriate time to rebuttal Mr. Zandy. I mean, he's very good. He's a very good talker. He's very good at what he does. Obviously, I'm nervous. He pounded the number 15 a lot, and that's in fact.
So yeah, there's. I'm agreeing with your position,
Right.
and certainly there's things that you would like to say in rebuttal, but I wholeheartedly agree with your contempt, and I made a finding that Ms. Kirby Young was in absolute direct contempt to an egregious degree. So I agree with you. So no need to rebut.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
That'll conclude the hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Your Honor. Good
Yes,
morning.
Ms. Minnie. Good morning.
I'm just hoping we may be able to call a couple of cases where I'm present as I need to be on.